Okay, hello everyone. Very good morning. My name is Supriya Sachdeva and I'm the Honorary Secretary of Bombay Management Association. Welcome to BMA's HR Conference 2023, which is being organized in association with IMT Nagpur. In this first edition of BMA HR Conference, our aim is to get first-hand insights of the CHROs and HR leaders from top enterprises and corporations about the emerging challenges the industry has been facing and how they're dealing with it. What is their viewpoint? What has worked for them or not worked for them? So it's time to get up close with India's thought leaders and experts, where as they engage with each other in meaningful conversations, their learning is going to be our takeaway. To inaugurate this conference, we have a special guest as a keynote speaker, Mr. Shiv Kumar Sharma, the Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business Development of Aditya Birla Group. Before we get started, a special thanks to Mr. Yogi Shriram and Ms. Puri Seth for helping us organizing this conference, to IMT Nagpur for associating with BMA for this event, and Zing HR for partnering and offering their support. May I request everyone to please put their Zoom session on silent mode, although we will be controlling the mute and unmute, but still, and avoid any distractions to the speaker or the audience. Okay, so I now invite the President of Bombay Management Association and Director of Uric Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Rajesh Sharma, to welcome the audience. A little background about Mr. Rajesh Sharma. He's an alumnus of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi. He's a management professional with close to 4 decades of experience, which includes 20 years of leadership experience in large global Indian multinational pharma companies like Ranbaxy and Pharma and Wokhal. As a business leader, he transformed the business and set up high-performing teams, initiating and streamlining business operations and engaging employees. So, good morning, Rajesh sir, and over to you.
Good morning, Supriya. Pramod sir, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Pramod sir, can you put your mic on mute?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Supriya. Respected Mr. Shivakumar, Mr. Yogi Shriram, present dignitaries, all our former presidents, members of BMA, and all participants. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor and for me to welcome you to BMA HR Conference 2022-23 in association with IMT Nagpur. Theme of this year's conference is Discover the New HR. As you know, the role of HR has been continuously evolving. And in today's context, the primary role of HR is in setting the people agenda and leading the transformation through customized interventions as required by the organizations to remain relevant. Technological changes and business model shifts have disrupted the way enterprises seek HR to deliver impact. Of late, we are seeing the younger demographics emerge at the workplace, blended with the overall VUCA world complications we live with. And to this electric mix, the emergence of large gig economy and aspirations of the youth to participate in this. All of this has impacted and forcibly altered the workforce structures. The conventional control hierarchies no longer work. It is the new age impact and influence mode of leadership. The future organization will be a fluid hybrid of employees, project teams, distributed teams, and individual contributors joining and dismantling for various gigs. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified the need for new skills, and organizations shift strategy and adapt to new ways of working. Automation will significantly reduce the number of human employees because human beings will be needed only to do the task that technology cannot do well. Human resource own look and feel of what constitutes HR will need redesigning of its thinking, reorganization of its competency to include data sciences capability, resurgence of business acceptance of HR as a partner collaborator, and not being a cost center or administrative function. Human resources has to move from human restraint to human rationale. It must move from predominantly compliance to harnessing creativity. HR needs to be agile in adapting to the change in order to effectively lead and manage employee development, top talent retention, and recruitment. We will, in this conference, have purposeful conversations to explore new ideas on the topics relevant to HR as the trends of people behavior become more complex and intriguing. A word on BMA. Bombay Management Association is the first management association of the country. Established in 1954, it was formed to promote management as a profession and empower the community by providing opportunities for continued and enhanced learning of management and leadership as an art and science. BMA, as a thought leader, has been actively engaged in this pursuit by organizing management and leadership development programs and conferences. Leadership lectures by management gurus and business leaders around the teams of tomorrow. Some of the flagship programs which are run successfully by us are Innothon, Leader Next, and Friday Fundamentals. I personally thank Mr. Shiv Shivakumar for his gracious presence, all the speakers and thought leaders, our former presidents and EC members for attending this conference. We thank our sponsors for this program, IMT Nagpur and Zing HR. And my personal thanks to our mentor for the program, Mr. Yogi Sriram, and also EC member Purvi Seth. Last but not the least, my thanks to the team which has put in hard work to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Yogi Sriram to present an overview. And before I hand over to him, let me tell you that with over 45 years in HR leadership, Mr. Sriram is currently serving as advisor to CEO and MD, Group Human Resources, Larsen and Toubro. He's a thought leader with expertise in various areas of HR, and his leadership experience in HR spans across engineering, construction, hydrocarbon, power, FMCG, and hospitality industry. No wonder he's part of various advisory committees, and he's a respected keynote speaker himself in various webinars and conferences. Mr. Sriram has been featured, in fact, in the book Leaders in the Making, The Crucibles of Change Makers in HR, which is what we are going to present as token of appreciation to all our speakers today. And he's been felicitated by various awards, the most recent one being the Lifetime Achievement Award at Economic Times Human Capital Awards 2021. When he is not talking or thinking HR, you might find him busy with conversions of analog trains into model trains, or enjoying wildlife photography. So over to you, Yogi sir.
Thank you, Supriya. That is very kind. It's been absolutely great fun to work with the BMA team, with Rajesh ji, with Supriya, with Purvi. And I'm so glad that finally this day has come when we actually see the fruits of all our efforts to come to a consensus on what the topic should be, how they should be sculpted, and so on. And I'm absolutely delighted to see some friends whom I deeply respect also on this call. I have a sense of deja vu when it comes to BMA because I was a past president, and not only a sense of deja vu, but also a sense of duty and responsibility towards the association. So I'm supposed to give an overview of the conference for the next few minutes. And there are many, many thoughts that are sort of swirling around in my mind. But before that, I joined Rajesh ji and Supriya in thanking our sponsors. Knowledge Partners are basically Institute of Management Technology, Nagpur, and also Zing and many others who've been very, very kind in sponsoring this entire event. And I think I thank the agility. I thank the audience for the agility they've shown in terms of quickly converting or allowing the format to be converted from physical in-person to online, because that seems to be the zeitgeist or the spirit of the times. Okay, how did we really go around in trying to find the right topics to discuss? I mean, these are all words that are being sprinkled in word clouds, moonlighting and stuff like gig working and stuff. But how did we zero into it? I think the swirl of thoughts that occupied our mind has at the center the concern for attracting and retaining good talent. Talent is the bedrock of any strategy and of any business strategy today. I don't think there's a single conference room where this is not discussed about the challenges, the opportunities to get the right kind of talent. And this cuts across all sectors. We don't have to be carried away by only the IT sector and the 24% attrition last quarter or the 17% attrition this quarter. But every sector has this challenge in a growing economy like India. And therefore, we thought that this would be a very, very good conference to discuss various thoughts. We've got a line of speakers who are fantastic. Shiv Kumar to begin with, whose summaries I wait for. He's really, really a very, very intellectual manager and leader. And we have a number of other speakers who can bring us multiple perspectives, which is why we've called it a kaleidoscope of people perspectives. We've decided to record the sessions, but to make it free-flowing and not have any fetters on one's thoughts and for people to speak from their hearts and minds. We will expunge anything that the speaker feels is not worth showing and the management of the speaker doesn't approve. So we will send the scripts or the recordings to the speaker concerned so that he or she gets that opportunity. Just yesterday, I laid my hands on a very interesting paper published by IIT Bombay. And there's a bunch of 4 professors who've done this research, and some of you may have gone through it. The insights of this paper are very interesting. The people who are studied in this paper were researched during the period, or they passed out during the period 2014 to 18. And the questions that were asked around, what domain are you taking as a career? So in the paper, they have broken up the domains into a core domain, which means if you're a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer, that's defined as your core domain. And the non-core domain is the minor. Or let's say if you're a civil engineer, mechatronics could be a minor. It's not as drastic as what the NEP talks about, physics with music, but then it's a minor which one can pick up. It's very, very interesting that all those guys who were interviewed between 14 and 18 said that we have taken up domains which are outside our core domain. Very interesting. And the modal salary between the core domain and the non-core domain being so less, I mean, the difference that is, 9 lakhs and 50,000 was supposed to be the non-core domain on an average, and 10 lakhs was supposed to be for core. Most of them decided to take the dip of 50,000 or so and go for non-core. So lesson number 1 or insight number 1 from that paper was that young people are looking for callings beyond what they're trained for or what they've studied. They're looking for reshuffles, they're looking for alternate careers, they're looking for something else to learn from, and so on. That's one powerful insight that I got. The other very interesting paper that I laid my hands on, and then we'll come to some of the more practical stuff that we see, is a McKinsey quarterly July 22 study that was done on something like N is equal to 13,338 respondents. And of those, I do agree that UK and US and Canada had the major chunk, but India too participated along with 5 other countries. And they had some very interesting findings to report in this paper. Firstly, many people who are quitting, we have all heard about the great resignation and the great attrition, are not coming back to their original calling, especially those in the West in healthcare, in travel, and in retail. Almost 18 to 20% are taking alternative jobs. And that seems to be the trend in India, which is picking up, not yet completely there, but seems to be the trend coming up. So I think it's very relevant to discuss in this conference, what is the employee value proposition that we can give to different demographies of people who are working in the corporation, of people from different roles? Will you give the same EVP to a client partner, to a farmer, to a hunter in an IT company? Will you be giving something else to a delivery manager or a coder? What is it that you're going to offer which is different from the traditional compensation, from the traditional, good food in the canteen and 5-day week and flexi time and all that? Is there something else? And I think top of the list is finding out, if possible, what is the sweet spot of a bunch of people, giving them huge freedom in order to innovate and giving them a long rope in order to contribute. That seems to be the new order with respect to the non-conformist, non-traditional workforce, which we see more and more, not necessarily related to age. And I have a vested interest in saying that, being on the wrong side of whatever. It could be young, it could be middle-aged, it could be old, it could be anyone. But there are lots of people who are thinking differently about their purpose in life, about their obligations, about doing something else as an alternate career. And I think corporates need to think about what is it that they can offer as the alternate to the usual drudgery of a 9-to-5. There's a lot that's there's a lot that's going to be discussed in this conference on layoffs, attrition, on moonlighting, and so on, which are all trends that we are seeing, especially layoffs. Now, it's not necessary that we see these layoffs only in the platform and the product companies. We might start seeing them to some extent also in the software companies. This depends on the business results and so on, but there's a lot of negative press which is doing the rounds about layoffs. Now, the countervailing power to these layoffs, if I may call it the countervailing power, borrowing a term which was invented or used by John Kenneth Galbraith, who was a famous economist. Excuse me, can you please put your phone on mute, Pramod Shahji? Your phone is buzzing, please put it on mute. So the younger people who have this countervailing power can show their teeth. I mean, they can resign, they can put all kinds of demands across. Let me illustrate. And I don't want to be carried away only by what's happening in the IT sector during this preamble. If the attrition was about 24 to 25% per annum during the pandemic, in 2 years, 50% of a company was replaced by fresh people, fresh engineers, fresh intakes, lateral hires, and so on, 50%. And guess what? These 50% have not seen the company. They have not seen the portals of the company, not the IT portals, but I'm talking about the lobby, the look and feel, the smell of the place. They haven't seen it because what was done was we shipped laptops to their house. We shipped merchandise like, those water bottles and backpacks and all that in the hope that we are going to onboard them successfully. The question is that it's a huge challenge for HR and for line managers to create that emotional connect with people who not even seen the company. Now, step 2, they haven't seen the company. So companies, which I won't name, have suddenly now shifted their policy from, saying a large workforce of ours is going to work from home now as must work from the workplace or office. So they're calling them back. Please come back. Please work from the office. So people who are in this tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, tier 1, of course, is very happy to beat the traffic and work from their homes. Tier 2, tier 3 don't want to, move from their respective towns, cities, whatever it is. So the HR folks in these IT companies are having a tough time. If they take disciplinary action or give firm letters, the people will quit, and that will affect your quarterly results. So it's quite a conundrum. It's quite a conundrum. And I think the times have perhaps tilted the force. Sometimes it's a seesawing force, sometimes in the favor of the people who are working in the company, sometimes in the favor of the management. But I think rather than talking about it as a power equation, the need to collaborate, the need to work together, they need to understand each other, they need to understand the needs of the youngest people and also the people who want to do gigs, etc., is much more than ever before. What also will be discussed in this conference is not only the issues about attrition, but things like moonlighting and also things like getting the right kind of talent. I think that is a huge challenge. The talent that you want, if they are really skilled in the particular profession, whether it is design or whether it is R&D or whatever, are somewhat non-conformist in attitude. That's a broad generalization, but I take the risk of doing that. They are not the types who would say, give me compensation, give me a 5-day week, and give me this and give me that, which is the usual trappings of the traditionalists and the conformists. They want something more. They want job rotation. They want tremendous amount of autonomy. They want a free hand. They want an organization structure where they don't want toxic bosses and people who are going to breathe down their neck. They want a culture which is going to help them to grow. And these are challenges that we need to discuss, and we will be discussing, and with different perspectives thrown in. There are companies represented by CHROs of some of the world's largest hydrocarbon companies, O&M hydrocarbon companies, by IT companies that are doing extremely well, startups, manufacturing companies in general. So we have a real kaleidoscope which is going to be unveiled to us. And who better to kick off than Shiv Kumar, who is a prolific writer, prolific speaker, a very respected person in the area of strategy. And I'm personally delighted, before Supriya does, to put my namaskar and welcome you, sir, to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yogi. So can I start, Supriya? So I'll get going. I don't think we need an introduction. We are at 9:53. So we have 37 minutes left. I'll try and do it in 25 minutes so that if there are any question answers, then we can pick that up. Okay, so that's fantastic. Thank you, Andula. So thank you, BMA. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Yogi, for your friendship over the years and for your guidance. And thank you, Purvi, who held a gun at my head and said that I need to do this session. And she told me that she will get me future board roles only if I did a good job. So whoever is on the call, so please ensure that my rating is good. Otherwise, Purvi will not get me any board memberships. Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to do this. I've said that 2023 is the year of the employer. The pendulum has swung. No, just go back, Andrela. Please go back. I've said that 2023 is the year of the employer. The pendulum has swung back from the Great Resignation year just 2 years ago. And today, with unemployment being what it is, and so much flux and so much layoffs, it's the employer who is actually dictating terms. That will not last long. As the economy comes back to even keel, then it will be back to the employee. So this pendulum will keep swinging, and you need to know that when it is the year of the employer, and the employer does not treat the employees well, the employees will leave in a hurry when the economy picks up. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, Yogi talked about a lot of layoffs. There have been a lot of layoffs. I think this month has been bad. And, I think the current layoffs, if you actually total them, are more than the layoffs of the .com bubble. They're actually more. When I last did the survey or check about 3-4 months ago, it was less. But now with the rapid layoffs, happening, it's actually more. So which means it's a serious concern. Now, every CEO has said through news forums that I take responsibility for the layoffs. What does that mean? I've not heard, maybe I've not read it, except 1 or 2 CHROs. Nobody has taken or said anything about it. So I seriously would challenge you to say, you also need to be out there with your point of view. I worked very closely with many HR managers. I worked closely with some outstanding people. I worked closely with some not so outstanding people. And when I actually sent this presentation to a few people to say, hey, what do you think? And one of the CHROs said, Shiv, are you bashing HR too much or are you challenging them? And what I want to signal to all of you on the call is that I am challenging HR. I'm a great partner of HR. I've done a lot of good work with HR. So my idea is not to say HR is bad, but my idea is to show you the mirror to say, hey, we need to change. I'm as much an HR person as I've been a CEO. Okay. Angela, next slide, please.
Angela?
Yeah, the slides aren't moving.
Yeah. Okay. First up, I'm sure that all of us agree as HR practitioners that no one joins a company to quit. No one joins a company to do a bad job. I'm sure all of us agree on that. Okay. Next slide, please. HR departments are trying a lot. But an area I personally believe, having seen a few companies, is that I think HR can do a lot more in the area of inclusion. And on this journey, it is not that HR is the only person. The line manager is just as responsible for that inclusion. The senior manager is just as accountable to carry the can on inclusion. But HR must challenge the people who are not following inclusion and say, why are you not doing it? I think in many, many HR cases, they say this manager is senior, this manager has been there for a long time, let's not challenge him, that's the way he is. That is not going to do good for HR's image as the keeper of values and the keeper of the conscience of the organization. So HR is not the only one to carry the can. All senior leaders in a company are responsible for the state of people, issues, and challenges. I want to state that upfront. Next slide, please. Here's the raw truth. And I thought a lot about before putting this slide out. Most HR managers and departments are not respected or trusted by employees. They are feared. That's not good. I have rarely seen any department that is feared, which is collaborative or which people want to associate with. So the first thing I would request everybody on the call from HR is you have to take the fear out of people. People must be concerned about being accountable. People must not fear somebody because somebody has the power to decide their increment or their move or whatever it is. That is a wrong kind of fear. That fear will not last. People will go away from you. So you should not be feared, but you should be trusted and respected. Check for those words compared to fear. Next slide, please. One reason I have found that HR is not trusted, and I hear this repeatedly from the rank and file, HR unfortunately has become a unit which is clarifying IR. And IR is about inconsistency rationalization. There is inconsistency in every organization, trust me. But when the inconsistency gets to a level when HR is trying to constantly justify it and constantly telling people why it is right, that is when you lose the trust of the employees. Because then the employees say, hey, you know what, you're pulling wool over my eyes. Okay, I'm smart enough to recognize that you guys are doing this for whatever set of reasons, but don't try to fool me and tell me that I need to believe you now. So my simple advice to HR is, if you're doing something which is inconsistent with what is, just stop being inconsistent, please. The less inconsistency there is in the organization, the more trust you will get. Next slide, please. To most employees, HR is possibly old wine in a new bottle, or worse, it's old wine in old bottle. So HR has been caught up in a lot of tactical work and what I call tamasha creation. We gave water bottles to everybody. Okay, we went on a hike, we went on a trek, we sang, our CEO danced in the corridor, and we did this. These are all tamasha activities, my friend. People don't come to work for tamasha. If they wanted tamasha, they'd go to a theater and watch Patan. Remember that. They come to work for meaning in the work. They come to work when they have good colleagues. They come to work because they want to progress their career. So don't let tamasha become your agenda. And where do I pick up this tamasha? Look at LinkedIn is the best example. Look at the amount of tamasha which you see there. And the same employees in the same company goes exactly the opposite direction in 3-4 months. So I would say stop all these tactical things. These don't get you loyalty. These don't get you employee engagement. Please don't do that. So the question for HR, which I would pose is, are we losing our substance in chasing these, shadows? Please, let's not do that. Next slide, please. If I look at HR, almost every function has had it, but HR possibly a little more. HR has got far more outsourced on almost every single thing. We've outsourced every single aspect of HR. Now, that would mean that we should focus on the core, which is most important, which is people. But thanks to IVR, thanks to this, thanks to that, etc., the employee now goes to 10 different portals to figure out what life is. And he is not getting that one-to-one personal help from HR. Most of the West, people are happy to go onto sites and do it because they like that anonymity. In India, people want that engagement with HR. People want HR to be an agony aunt, or people want HR to be a sounding board. People want HR to maintain that confidentiality. So possibly we need to redouble our efforts in focusing on people, as we've outsourced a lot of other stuff right now. Next slide, please. What are the, just go back. I think you missed one slide. Okay, just go forward, please. Okay. Now we talk of the new HR. What are the new things? And I'll talk about what it impacts from your HR point of view. First, we see a new environment. Huge focus on short-term results. Huge digitalization of every single industry and value chain. A huge horizontal way of working now. Much more collaboration, both in the company and outside the company in the ecosystem. Okay, it's not vertical. The old vertical ways is still what many companies are still focused on in their practices. Today is a horizontal world. Second, a new employee. He wants shorter tenures, he or she, they want faster growth, and they're extremely impatient. We need to recognize that. Every generation thinks that the previous generation is no good. This generation is no different. Okay, absolutely no different. Third, a new set of companies. We are seeing wider breadth in companies, but shorter horizons in their own outlook. We see a new set of value creation in the employee's mind. It's no longer cost to company. In the employee's mind is this a value creation role? Whether I join a startup, I get shares. Whether I join a PE, I get a share of the profit. Is this a value creation role and not a cost to company? That flip has happened in the employee's mind. A new set of work rules. Should we work from office? Should we work from home? Yogi referred to that. Should we work anywhere? There are experiments on the 4-day week. New Zealand is trying a 4-day week. Many companies are trying 4-day weeks. That's all work in progress right now. And finally, thanks to social media, over the last 5 years at least, I'm seeing a new mindset in employees called I am unique. I'm very unique. Look at the kind of flowery language they used to describe. I'm a star today. I'm a Saturn tomorrow. I am something else. And they're all posting all their achievements virtually on a daily basis. And there are 10,000 people saying, great job, fantastic, you are the best thing since sliced bread, etc. There's a huge mindset about I'm unique. Okay. What does this mean in HR terms? And I'll take the same set of points and tell you what it means for us in HR. Next slide, please. So a new environment means a new environment means you need to think about your structure very carefully. What is the core that you will do? What is the horizontal partnerships that you will do? And what are the ecosystem partnerships that you will do? You don't need to do everything yourself. That's the first thing about the new environment. When you talk of a new employee, the biggest need for employees, ladies and gentlemen, today is flexibility. It's even more true amongst women. It's flexibility. Third, a new set of companies. You're seeing new talent houses. Talent houses in the past used to be FMCG companies. It used to be conglomerates. It used to be, PSUs, etc. Today, you have many more talent houses, and I'll cover them in a subsequent slide. You have a new set of value creation, which is self-worth. I'm 35, but I have the potential to create from this role X number of millions of rupees. That's how employees are looking at it. A new set of work rules. The concept of work itself is changing. The concept of work itself is changing completely. And it is not a simple issue of is somebody working from home or is somebody working from office. It's much broader than that. And finally, a new mindset is every employee thinks that he or she is a brand. He or she is a brand. So you need to treat that person like that. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we derived our stature or our reputation from the company we work for. Today, that's no longer true. Today, each individual is a brand, and he says the company can help me, but I want to build my own brand. Okay, that is the new employee. That is the new structure. That is the new concept of work. That is the new self-worth, as I see it. And HR must be aligned to that new thing right now and not work in the old hierarchy and the vertical way. Next slide, please. So with so many new things, a question to all of us: have HR leaders and owners or company owners and CHROs changed? If I look at all the commentary from Glassdoor, all the commentary on social media, I don't think so. I don't think we've changed fast enough. So what can we do differently? Next slide, please. This is more as a joke for all of us. And I see this everywhere, every CHRO post, every company owner post, etc. Every company says they are a family. The raw truth, the employee thinks he is the son-in-law, that he is entitled to whatever he or she wants. The employees think that HR is the mother-in-law, somebody to be avoided at all costs. And the employees think that the headhunter, people like Purvi, is the well-connected uncle or aunt who will get them whatever they want. This is the modern family from the way an employee looks at it. Okay, we might look at it whichever way we want, but this is how the employee looks at it. He looks at it as entitled, avoid at all costs, and have links with headhunters because I will need them one day. Next slide, please. I talked about new talent houses. Let's look at types of companies in India. There are totally 277 public sector companies in India. There's a lot of talent out there. There are 60,000 MNCs globally. In India, the number is multiplied because MNCs have 4, 5 subsidiaries, etc. But let's take there are 1,000 or more or 2,000 MNCs operating in India. In the Indian private sector, there are 1.48 million companies limited by shares. In terms of PE firms, there are 1,767 in India, and there are 14,000 globally. In terms of VC firms, there are 3,500 in India. In terms of startups, there are 80,000 startups in India. In terms of NGOs, there are 160,000 NGOs in India. That is the house for talent in this country, ladies and gentlemen. That is the house for the talent. Whether you're a headhunter, whether you're a talented professional, whatever it is, that is the range of options available to you, both to place talent as well as to seek talent. Both is available. We tend to focus very narrowly on talent amongst a bunch of companies or a bunch of sectors or a bunch of industries. But talent is much wider today than it was ever in the last 20 years. And I would ask all of you to broaden your eyes. I see so many times when we've recommended to a manager to say, why don't you have, no, I only want experience from this sector. It's the most useless thing in a changing world. What this person did 5 years ago in the cement sector or the mobile phone sector is irrelevant for the next 5 years. A lot of us are thinking of experience which is irrelevant. There's so much more talent out there available based on skills. Please look at that. Next slide, please. This new one is PE, private equity. Private equity employs 11.7 million people globally. 3 million have been added in the last 2 years. This is a new attractive job class. And this is happening at every level. People are dropping out of consultancy, going there. People are dropping out of, after finishing CA, going there. Middle managers are going there. CEOs of multinationals and other organizations are saying, I'd rather be an entrepreneurial CEO in a PE rather than being a confined CEO in some other company. This is a new attractive job class. Go back to what I said about VCR, value creation in role. This is their biggest promise. This is setting the benchmark in terms of value creation. Next slide, please. Next, a new, segment in my book, an employee segment. India is graying. 150 million people are above the age of 60. Half of them are men. I think companies, as well as CEOs and HR people, we need to rethink rehiring them and rethink roles for them. Can they be effective coaches? Can they be expert in particular domains? What can they do for us? Don't lose the talent. I think this is a big opportunity for HR. Today at the workplace, you have 5 generations of employees. You have people in the 60s, people in the 50s, people in the 40s, people in the 30s, and in some cases, people in the 20s. You have multi-generational workforce. And if you can use this talent in some way or the other, it will be very useful. This is exactly what is happening in some parts of the West, where they're bringing back some of the people who have moved on, and they're acting as good sounding boards and coaches. You have to redefine the jobs and the roles for them and see how you can keep them in your organization. Next slide, please. I talked of value creation. The employee today is not thinking cost to company. If you give him a package and say your cost to company is 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, no. He's thinking value creation. In the past, employees thought, what value is my CV going to get enhanced by as a result of working for company X, Y, or Z? Today, the employee is saying, life is short. No company can give me longevity. So let me think of value creation. Can I create value? Can I put a roof over my head by the time I'm 30? Can I have a good looking car by the time I'm 28? Can I afford a foreign trip or a holiday by the time I'm 35? Can I send my kids to the best schools or colleges in the world? Value creation has got a completely new meaning right now. So you need to think value creation and not cost to company. Next slide, please. The new employee, and I think Yogi also mentioned this, needs to be multi-skilled. All our training programs need to be rethought in terms of adding skills to employees as opposed to enhancing current skill. So multi-skill is the way that people want to go forward. A very good example is T20. The most paid players in T20 are people who have 3 of the 4 or 5 skills needed. The skills needed in T20 are fielding, batting, bowling, wicket keeping, captaincy. 5 skills. People who have 3 skills or more, take for example a Sam Curran, batting, bowling, fielding. A Ben Stokes, batting, bowling, fielding. I'm sure next 1 or 2 years he'll be a captain of one of the IPL teams. Okay, so you need to be multi-skilled and not just unidimensional player. A unidimensional player, Marcus Labasham, the best test player in the world, does not find a place in the IPL team. Steven Smith does not find a place in the IPL team. Joe Root, great captain of England, does not find a team at all. Cheteshwar Pujara doesn't find a place. Ajinkya Rahane on the outskirts. So today is the multi-skill world. Life's moving very quickly. The more we equip people with multi-skills, the better they think that the organization is. Next slide, please. This is the constant juggle we have, and I see that in companies. At one level is all employees, and especially professional employees, they have what I call professional pride. At another level is loyalty. And a third level is what I call results, accountability, commitment. Okay, I would put that 3 in the same bucket. In most multinationals, commitment is a given. Okay, that is, you're accountable, your capability is a given. What matters in a multinational is alignment. Are you aligned to the strategy, aligned to the things which are happening? Okay, so that's what's important. In most Indian organizations, loyalty is more important than capability or commitment. And that is something that you will not get from people who have professional pride. So this constant juggle, in today's world, I would submit, in a fast changing world, and this is a mistake even startups are making, don't look for loyalty. Look for commitment, look for results, look for capability. Reward that. Because a person can be loyal to the institution, but should not be loyal to a person. In India, we actually promote people who are loyal to people. And that causes dependencies at every level in the organization. So the new HR in a new world cannot afford that. You need to be committed to the institution ahead of everything else. That's when you will survive the next cycle or the next break in your industry. Next slide, please. HR, I submit to all of us, has to change for its own sake. It should not change because the employees are seeking change or the company is seeking change. HR professionals must get together and say, hey, we need to write a new syllabus. We need to write a new manual. The way we are being seen, the way we are being perceived, the way we are will not work. That realization is what will take the new HR agenda that you're building forward. Next slide, please. So in summary, and this is my last slide, I started at 9:53. I'm at 10:16. So I've taken 20 minutes. In summary, I have a very simple message for you. I believe in the aircraft of the old structure. The aircraft cockpit of the old structure had 3 people: pilot, co-pilot, and navigator. That's the person sitting behind. In any organization, the pilot is the CEO. In any organization, the co-pilot is the CFO. They are the guys looking at all those dials, etc. And in any organization, the navigator has to be the CHRO. The role of the navigator in the 3-person cockpit was to draw the map, to point true north, and to ensure that you stick to the direction and you stick to the values of the organization. That is the role of the navigator. So I believe each and every one of us in HR have to go back to being the navigators of true north of the organization and the values of the organization. They cannot just be words on a poster. And that is what will take you back into the cockpit. And that is what will win you trust and respect and likability from everybody in the organization. So go back to what made great HR managers. And I can quote a number of great HR managers of the past. What made them great was this. They had the ability to stand up and say, this is wrong. What is being done is wrong. This promotion is wrong. You're favoring somebody. This is wrong. We have lost the ability to do that. So till we navigate based on true values, we will not get that respect back. So that's all I have to say. More than happy to take any questions. I think we have 10, 12 minutes for any questions. Please feel free to ask me anything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiv Kumar, for sharing your viewpoint. The HR has to change for their own sake, not for the sake of employees. I think that very well presents the essence of what you spoke about today. I request our president, Mr. Rajesh Sharma.
Supriya, if there are some questions, we should be able to take that.
Yeah. There's enough time for questions.
Yeah.
So I open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions, please share them in the chat.
Or they can unmute and ask.
Yes, we'll have to unmute you. So if you could just give us a heads up or raise your hand.
Oh, you can put it in the chat box also. Can you, yeah.
Hi,
So
good
while,
morning.
yes, hi,
This
Nahida.
is Nahida here.
Yes.
So thank
What's
you
your
for
name,
this
ma'am?
session. My name is Nahida. It is written on my, you can probably see it on the chat window. It's Nahida.
Okay, Nahida. Good morning.
Good morning. So, I'm sitting in a place where I don't think visibility is very good.
I know, correct. I can make that. Yeah.
Right. But I had a couple of things to sort of, comment and also discuss on what you spoke. I think one of the things you spoke about digitization and the fact that it affects, how people tend to experience HR because it's going into digitization. Now we have to understand, on one hand, almost all functions are going into digitization. Okay. Almost all customer services are moving into digitization. Everybody's talking about cutting cost, and that also applies to HR. HR is also being pushed to move to digitization. Now, either organizations world over take a call that for the sake of users feeling the human touch, we will not completely digitize HR. So there is a dichotomy, okay, in the way HR is given a feedback. On one hand, HR is told, you guys are not digitizing enough. You guys need to digitize more. You guys need to cut cost more. Okay. And see how the new world is working in other functional areas, because of which we go ahead and digitize your leave and your policies and things like that. And then the second problem that comes in is that, hey, there's nobody for us to pick up the call and answer my question, because now I am used to that. Okay. That is a dichotomy. Today, when you go into an airport internationally, you have to even pick up your own bags and place them on something. You have to measure it on your own. You have to do everything on your own. That's not true in an Indian scenario, simply because we have so many number of people, right? So we have to also look at the context of what we are saying. Indian organizations then take a call and say, you know what? We have 5 generations sitting here, so we aren't ready for a complete HR digitization. But for that, please don't get into HR bashing and saying, hey, you know what? This HR is very outdated. They are not digitizing their stuff. Okay. So that is something that I thought I should, put it across over here, because we've gone in for digitization. As you know, a person of X generation, I foresee this people feeling difficult handling a lot of digitization. It is like a web for them to go and search things. So that is one. The younger generation, Gen Z, don't even need to ask us anything. They can just figure out what they need to on their own. So there is that HR needs to deal with. I thought I should just also put up another point over here. It is very easy to say that, HR should put their foot down and HR should say this and HR should say that. You know what? HR is an employee too. Please understand that. Not every HR can chuck their job on the boss's face and walk off. Please appreciate that. Stop the HR bashing. That's the first thing I tell you. That's the first thing I tell a lot of you. Stop the HR bashing. You know what? Support HR. Support HR. Okay. HR is hated a lot of times because of the message that we are carrying of the bosses. I agree that we do push back bosses also, but when we are speaking outside, we are the spokesperson of the bosses. Please understand. And when we are speaking inside, we are the spokesperson of the people. We are getting the brickbats both the ways. Appreciate that. Instead of getting into further brickbatting of HR. I agree on, like your second part, the new HR, this, that. But I think a lot of what you spoke initially, I do not agree with it. I think that's a very archaic way of looking at HR. It's a very disempowering way of looking at HR.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you for that comment. And I appreciate your honesty in disagreeing. And I value that, first thing. Okay. Number one of the things we must recognize when we digitize anything is that we cannot take the emotion out of it. For example, and I will tell you very honestly, since you've been very honest, I'll be very honest. Very few HR people know the policy which is put up on the net, believe it or not. When an employee calls them for anything, they don't know how to clarify policy. So why would HR get any respect? Zero. They deserve no respect. I'm telling you that up front. So you cannot tell an employee, go to that site, it is there. The employee is asking you because after having gone to that site, he has doubts or she has doubts. Your ability to hold hand emotionally is just as important as your ability to guide them to some site or the other. Let me give you a classic example. Let's take airlines. Do you sit in an airplane just to go from one destination to the other? That's the mistake Indigo is making. That's the mistake of Indigo HR and all the people who are running Indigo. They have become very professional. As a result of it, they've lost how to talk to customers and consumers. I was sitting in an Indigo plane going to Chennai, and she tells me, your premium is only this, you cannot get anything else. And I said, my agent must have booked it, but is there a possibility that I can get the other thing? She says, no, I cannot give it to you. On a 1-hour flight. Now, going completely professional is right, but you cannot lose the fact that you are serving a consumer or a customer. So Indigo and British Airways do that. On the other hand, Emirates and Singapore Airlines, they have not lost that. In Singapore Airlines, first, you need to spend 3 years in economy before you get upgraded to business. Another 3 years before they invest in training. While most organizations do 4 weeks of training, Singapore Airlines does 16 weeks of training. That's why they have lower attrition. So it's very easy for HR people to say, I'm in the middle, I'm caught, etc. You represent the employee first. Remember that. To the employee, you are the agony aunt, you are the sounding board. If you do not recognize that role, then you should not do HR. That's what I'll tell you. The employee's well-being and this thing is most important. I have run many HR practices. I have tried many innovations. I've succeeded in some and failed in some. And I can assure you one thing, any HR person who's worked with me will not tell you that I'm archaic. The fact is, this is the truth. If you talk to people in the organization, they will tell you this. You have to listen to them. And I think we've stopped listening to them as HR. Okay, so that's all I will submit to you. Thank you for your honesty. I'm also being very honest and straightforward because I need to give you that answer because you are very passionate about it. So I also need to tell you that your understanding is wrong.
I just, with your permission, Shiv, want to build on one point, which is what Nahida talked about, which is the buffer role, because that's a very tricky one.
Yeah, please go ahead.
A very tricky one, because she feels, and she may be right, that you get bashed up from both sides. You get bashed up from the management side, and she's a very practical kind of a challenge to both of us and everybody else, saying that you don't run around with a resignation in your pocket. Everybody is not fortunate to have economic backing and so on. To that, my two bits, and please add, is I think this function per se is not for everyone, frankly speaking. Your alma mater, for example, Shiv, I am Calcutta, presumably. How many people in your time took HR? Very, very few. How many people continue to take HR? Yes, I can see the zero. So I think basically I'm not saying it's meant for some macho cowboys, but it's meant for not the feeble-hearted, not the weak-kneed. It's meant for people with conviction. And I think just like a reed in a lake, Nahida, you can't push it down all the time. It will come up, no? Push it down once, push it down twice, push it down three times, it will come up. I'd like to use that analogy, and I think I have survived in my own career that way.
So my answer, thanks for pointing that out, because, lest somebody thought that I was not going to answer that question. So every organization, every department, every role has a buffering element, trust me. It's just not limited to HR alone. Okay, isn't there a buffering element in sales? The CEO tells the sales head, I want you to do $100 million. The sales head is saying, boss, I can only do 90. Now the people below him say, look, you can't get the targets we want. What kind of a sales manager are you? At every level, trust me, Naida, there is buffering. Every job is buffering. You have to manage the contradictions of the job. That is one of the reasons why we are employed. Otherwise, machines would do the job. So here's what I have found. While there is, you are like a ping pong, as you rightly said, you are buffered between the boss's mindset and then the employee's mindset. What I have found in organizations consistently is that people respect the HR manager who constantly fights for the right things. They respect that person. But for example, you go fight with the boss to say, hey, you know what? I think Yogi deserves a promotion this time. He's done a great job, etc. The boss might not like Yogi. He might not do it. But to come back and tell the employee, look, I have placed your case fully. I've done my bit. You can be assured of that. The more consistently you do this, the more the organization respects you. Trust me. Trust me. In fact, more people will come to you because you will be seen as an honest person. The more you align with the boss and come back and tell Yogi, you know what? Actually, you did 99.4. You should have done 99.6. That's the reason we cannot promote you. You're doing the org speak. People will not come to you anymore. Whatever you do, and I say this again, and I'm glad you raised this question, no company is worth selling your soul to. I'll say it again. No company is worth selling your soul to. You have a soul, you have a heart, you have values. Live by that. Okay. If economic reasons are the reason for it, then don't be professional. That's what I remember, the triangle, professional pride. Then you have no professional pride. Then don't ask for it because you're contradicting yourself. You're just saying, I'm there for the role, which is the money. All your employees are also there exactly for the same thing. Don't blame them then. Then go back. If you're not multi-skilling yourself to get a job outside, then you're going to put yourself at risk. So these are all interrelated. It comes from, do you have the confidence to stand up for what you believe in? That is the key thing. If you have the confidence to stand up for what you believe in, yes. I can make this presentation because I have contributed to HR managers in every company I've worked in. I can say that. That's why I'm putting this slide. These slides are made by me.
Mr.
Sorry,
Shivkumar,
Can I just speak up over here, please?
I
you
would,
had your turn. Can we ask one
Ca-
question?
yes, can we just take questions,
go ahead.
comments from some other people
Yeah.
in the audience, neither, please?
Yes, please.
I think
Yeah.
IP had a point. No, let's hear
Yes,
what
Yeah.
he-
Mr. Indipal.
You see, Mr. Shivkumar, this my point was that there is a triangle of a CEO, the what you call the manager concerned, and the HR. So it's some sort of a triangle. Now, as you rightly, or maybe as you said, that HR is some sort of a henchman of the CEO to get things done or treat people in certain ways and so on, and therefore they should stand up. But I would say that situation arises because managing people is pushed onto far too much of managing people task is pushed onto HR, and managers and CEOs are not taking sufficient responsibility. I will give you a practical example. I visited a company called LPD, and they're nearly $800 million company, euros company. And I asked the MD to show me their HR department. So he took me there and he showed me 4 people out there. But can you imagine 4 or 5 people serving $800 million company? So I asked him, what do they do? So he said, essentially they do what you call payroll. They follow what you call compliance guidelines and stuff like that. But I said, what about promotion, motivation, and all that kind of stuff, and training of the people? He said, that's the manager's job. That is not the HR job. So he said, I hold, as a CEO, the CEO told me, I hold my managers accountable for handling the people. If they can't handle the people, then they're in the wrong business. They should quit and they should go back. So somehow, because of legal complexities and what have you, we have pushed on too much responsibility on HR, and we're expecting too much to do. And in that context, many times, they become some sort of a people who get things done on behalf of the CEO, etc. And therefore they earn the bad name. So per se, if you expect them to stand up in given the scarcity of jobs, etc., it would be a bit unfair, isn't it? I mean, what this lady said, that we are being bashed up for wrong reasons.
No, I wouldn't say that. I completely disagree with you. See, I have noticed that people are honest finally. They do not bash up anybody, whether it's their CEO, whether it's their boss, whether it's their HR department, whether it's their sales team. They do not bash them unnecessarily. They see a trend and a pattern. Now here, you raise a real dilemma. If I take an analogy of sport is very quantitative and less qualitative. You've scored runs, you've taken wickets, you've taken catches, you've contributed. It's very, very clear. Unfortunately, in managerial roles, we have a lot of qualitative elements. And when there are many qualitative elements and people see unfairness in the way qualitative elements are judged from quarter to quarter, change in quality of judgment, that is what they worry about. That is when they say, hey, we are not consistent. Next, this trend to making the manager responsible for HR is a trend across the world. I accept that, and people do that. But you need to train the manager. You cannot leave him on his own. For example, one of the things which I talked about, I think last month, is that on-the-job training, which contributed to 70% of the person's value addition in a job, has become zero today. Nobody is doing on-the-job training anymore. Okay, so that's a very big chunk of it. Now, one can ask, the manager need not be told that he needs to do on-the-job training. He has to do it on his own, for his own good and for the good of his team. But people are not doing it. So an employee now says, I'm working in this company. This manager is not training me. The company is not doing anything. The company representative on this topic is HR. That's how they look at it. That's how they process it. Okay, so it's a cycle which somebody, some company, some good HR person, some good CEO has to break.
On-the-job training is a very crucial area, but because of this attrition and experienced people not being valued, there is no knowledge left in the companies. Like you yourself had said that gray-haired people should be re-employed. Now they can be employed to give the on-the-job training. But the structural thing, the kind of, youngieization of these people or organizations that we want, they're outdated and so on. But if you really use different age groups very creatively, we can create a structure in which on-the-job training is given. For example, Toyota gives something like 180 hours of job training, on the job training before they're allowed to touch a spanner and stuff like that, that we have read in quality literature. But in India, it is sadly missing. It's a swim and what you call drown kind of a syndrome. Fellow
Sink or
comes,
swim.
salesman is given a bag, go and sell in the territory, and then push him to, all that kind of stuff is happening. So it is the way things are managed that matters. I mean, so the training must handling people is CEOs and the manager's job, and you rightly said they should be trained first. I mean, HR comes as a merely support role in that case. How would HR bring about such so many changes and so on?
No, see, that's what I said. You have to go back to HR being the holder of the true north and the values of the organization. You have to play that role. That is a role built into the HR agenda. One cannot abdicate that. That is just not possible. So you have to stand up for that.
Okay. Thank you.
In fact, I had, a company I was talking to, I had a thought for them. The employees asked me. I told the employees, how would you develop yourself if there was no HR department? Ask that question. How would a company run if there was no HR? Ask that question of yourself. Because many times you have to do the deprivation technique in order to realize its value. So tell people tomorrow there's no HR department. How do you think things will work or not work? That's the true value of what you bring there finally, right? Imagine if you didn't have a cell phone tomorrow, what would happen to your life? Your life would break down. Is HR in the same boat in an organization? Ask that question. Good. I think we're done past the time. My job was to challenge you guys and think about differently. That's what I set out to do. I wish you all the very best and do well.
Great conversation. Great.
Yeah. All the best, Naida. Thank you for the challenge.
A great start, really. This discussion has really added a lot of value, and what is the point of having a one-sided monologue anyway? I mean, this is a great start. Really.
But that's the exact point. This is exactly what I want HR to do in the organization.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you, audience, for being participating. And now, shortly, we are going to start our first session. So our first panel discussion is on finding purpose at work. How can HR professionals help employees develop a sense of purpose in the workplace? And for that, we have invited three thought leaders. Today, we have Mr. Judajit Das. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hi,
So,
Judajit.
Thank you for agreeing to be the facilitator of this panel discussion.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Judajit. He started his career with the RPG group, and after working in a variety of roles with the RPG group, he joined the credit card division of GE Capital India. He joined the ICICI Prudential Life Insurance, and after that, and assumed responsibility as head of human resources in 2005. He's currently responsible for human resources, operations, and customer service, admin and infrastructure, IT infrastructure, CSR, and sustainability ESG as the head HR and operations at ICICI Prudential Life Insurance. So welcome, Mr. Judajit, and let me introduce your panel here now. So our first panelist for this discussion is Dr. Snehal Shah. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning. So Dr. Snehal is a professor of organization behavior and associate dean academics and research at SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. She holds a PhD from Carnegie Mellon University, USA, with specialization in organization behavior and human resources. With around 25 years of diverse experience in academia, industry, coaching, and consulting in the US and in India. Her consulting interventions for blue chip clients cover a wide spectrum of topics such as HR strategy and analytics, senior leader talent assessment through coaching, leadership development, talent management, and succession planning. In fact, her work has been published in renowned journals in the US and has been presented at international conferences. So welcome again, Dr.
Thank
Snehal
you.
Shah.
Thank you so much.
And
Happy to be here.
yes. And our next panelist is Mr. Vikram Tandon. Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So, Mr. Vikram Tandon, he's the Group Chief Human Resource Officer at Adani Group. He's a seasoned human resource professional with over 3 decades of experience across a range of diverse businesses, geographies, and cultures. His expertise lies in thoughtful management of the intersection of strategy, talent, and organization culture, with extensive outcomes in organizational effectiveness, talent management, succession planning, and leadership development. So, welcome again, Mr. Vikram. And I now hand over to Mr. Judajit for initiating the panel discussion and giving a context about this session. Over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here, and of course, the topic new HR, makes you very anxious, especially when someone like me and many of us have been around for so long. The question is, are we also changing and adapting to current realities? And that was something that Mr. Shiv Kumar spoke a lot about, and I think. The whole topic about finding purpose at work, which we shall delve into today, is very relevant because there's a lot of, the post-pandemic world, we've seen a lot of discussions, particularly from the investor community, on issues of sustainability. And of course, there are a lot of concerns around the environment and governance in organizations, and what is the contribution that organizations are making to their communities, to their workforce, and of course to their customers. So organizations, of course, don't exist in a vacuum. They are part of the overall ecosystem of the economy, and there are many actors and stakeholders in the economy, as we all know. So what we're going to do in this session, really, along with our fellow panelists, is really looking at the first section would be the definitional part. What is purpose and what is work? And so we will spend some time on that, maybe 10 minutes, to understand what does purpose really mean and what does work really mean in our context. And I'll request my fellow panelists to also share their personal journeys of how they found purpose in their work and how it's evolved over time. The second part will be the why. So from what we move on to why, is purpose really important at work? What if there were no purpose at work? We'll tease the issues there. We'll spend some time on that. And finally, we'll dive into how do we ensure that we align employees and the organization purpose? And if they're misaligned, what do we need to do? So 3 sections, broadly equal time spent on each, and the balanced time we'll spend on question and answers from all of you. I'd really welcome a lot of participation from the audience. So please post your questions and look forward to them. So I will start off with a couple of opening comments before I request my fellow panelists to come in. So if you want to think about purpose, of course, in an organizational context, as we all know, and particularly we are dealing with the commercial organizations here. And commercial organizations, of course, exist for profit. They have to make money, because if they don't make money, they cease to exist. We create surplus. And there is a role that commercial organizations have a role to play in that. And there was a very famous saying by a very famous economist called Milton Friedman, who said the purpose of organizations is profit. And we moved on there to talk about the triple bottom line, which is purpose, profit, and planet. And the planet has obviously, because we all know there are real and present dangers of climate change that all of us are seized of. And so the question really is that, fine, at an organizational level, we have how do we define our purpose, right? If we wear the lens of an organization, and ultimately organizations are looking at profit and productivity of workforce, and how do we balance that with all the other concerns that we have? And the other part of the definition at the individual level is really, what does purpose mean to me in the context of my life and in the context of my work? And how do is it really important for me to, because for a lot of employees, purpose could be to just get a paycheck and, to make sure that I can have the freedom to travel or freedom to support my family or buy the things I need for a good life. For some, it could be achievement orientation, excellence at work, and how many employees really do resonate with the larger purpose. And here I want to tease out an issue. So, I mean, just imagine the life of a frontline employee. And since I work in the services sector, and I'm, one of the functions I also lead is the customer service. Now, just imagine an irate customer calling up a call center executive and shouting at that executive, and if we were to define purpose as when we feel most alive at work, and when we feel most, we are in a mojo, we are in an element, and the kind of work we should do is something that really brings the best in us, right? And we are excited with that opportunity. Now, if I want to start off with this premise that purpose is when we feel most alive at work and when we are most in our flow or most in our element, and imagine a work day when you have irate customers shouting at you and screaming at you and howling at you or abusing you, right? How do you resolve this contradiction in that context? So my opening question for my fellow panelists would be to request them to help us understand this concept of purpose at work a bit more deeply at an individual level, and then we'll move on to looking at how do we look at purpose from an organizational lens. With that, I'll request Vikram or Professor Shah, one of them, to start off the conversation.
So let me start, Vikram here. So to me, purpose is strongly linked to the need for achievement. And somewhere I felt that in the Maslow's, theory of motivation, these guys missed out the need for achievement, which I feel is prevalent in each and every one of us, in small ways and in big ways. And, whenever somebody leaves home for work or wants to do a big task, you really pray to the Almighty that, give me success. And I feel that if you reflect for a moment, a lot of times success or failure has its linkages to happiness or perceived happiness. And I feel that as people clarify what is it that will make them happy achieving, it has a linkage to being successful or unsuccessful. And therein somewhere is the fuzzy connection with purpose. And I think purpose is something that keeps on evolving. It doesn't change every day. There are some short-term personal purposes that we all try and deal with on a day-to-day basis. But as you get more experience in life, and I don't mean experience at work, I think clarity slowly begins to emerge. What is it that you want to do for yourself? And not only for your parents, for your family, for your children, and so on and so forth. And I think I reflect on my journey. Maybe the purpose at the beginning was really to associate with a good brand, which had an association with learning or, creating a learning environment. I remember working for the Taj River Hotels for a very inspiring leader called V.S. Mahesh, who's no more now, but was an outstanding IR professional. And I owe a lot of my learning to him. And I suppose at some stage, money became an important purpose for me because, the hotel industry didn't pay that well. And I got married and my needs evolved. And then, the need to learn more in the HR domain and move to companies that offered roles apart from generalist roles. And this can go on and on. But I think the important point to make is that an individual's purpose is linked to the need to or have an opportunity to achieve. It's linked to success, and it evolves as it moves on. It is not static. Professor Snell, over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Bombay Management Association for giving this opportunity and all of the organizing committee. It is very heartening to see that there is also an academic on this panel, and we definitely learn from each other. So really, I'm quite delighted to be here. So thank you so much for that. So going back to what Judajit is asking, it's a very relevant question, right? Why purpose and why we are talking about it today, and it's become so important. I'll tell you what I think about it, and I'll tell you also what Harvard and McKinsey and others kind of talk about it. So for me, very simply put, it's like what makes me get up in the morning and get excited about work. And work, not just my role, but much more beyond it. What's my organization doing? Where am I taking? And what is my sort of contribution, which is not just cog in the wheel, but something beyond, like how am I making impact? Impact, not just, impact to my first level audience, which might be students, leaders, etc., but even down the line and more community and society. Now that is also something, there's a lot of research done in this area. And so if you look at Harvard Business Review, and if you look at other research that's coming out, they are sort of talking about it as an aspiration, which is inspiring for a call of action. Aspiration, which is inspiring for a call of action to help others who are around you. So in terms of my journey, and I thought I'll tell you an interesting tidbit about it as it's moved on, and I'll be brief about it. I spent a good amount of time in United States. And when it came, and of course in corporate companies like Bank of America and Nortel Networks and others, and consulting, and I've also worn a hat of being an academic. So what used to happen is that when I took on the role, if I were to think about what kept me going, I may not have called it as my purpose then, but I really enjoyed myself when I was helping others. I was doing training, leadership development. And when those things happen, and when I used to have a corporate professional job where I was not able to bring my part of me, which was Indian. So for example, if there was Diwali going on, there were all these festivities, everything, and wanted some work break, but we were out there working in professional clothes, and nobody, at least in those years, understood the significance of Diwali around me. It just felt that I was stopping myself from getting my whole self to work. So I would feel that if I compare sort of whether I was achieving my purpose of helping others, to help myself, I thought that, even when my corporate job in America was very challenging, fulfilling in many ways, I just thought something was missing. And now that I, been back for many years, and I have this role as a professor and contributing to the academic world, I feel much more meaning. I feel alive, as was talked about. I feel that I want to get up in the morning and be out there with students, trying to have a discussion and work around ways that it's more of this changing the mindset. And when all of that put together, Judaji, just coming back to you, feeling alive, call for action is to impact sort of the mindset of the young of India, and see if that's going to have a positive ripple effect as we move forward. So in that sense, this whole, contrast sort of a life of America and India actually helped me, Judajit, to go closer to what I really want and what my purpose is.
Great, thank you. Thank
Back
you,
to you.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you. So I'm going to push you both a bit and be deliberately provocative, and I mentioned it. I mean, both of you talked about, Vikram, you talked about purpose being achievement for you, of course, and there was a financial aspect to it, and but the primary, and that has evolved over time. And Professor Snehal, you also talked about helping others, and feeling alive is how you define purpose. But let's talk about, is it too romantic a definition? Because the nitty-gritties of daily life means you have irate customers, you have irate bosses, you have crises, you have layoffs in organizations, Right now, we are going through, the newspapers are full of reports of large, huge corporates, Microsofts of the world, and the big organizations of the world laying off people. You have also daily situations where maybe, your peer gets recognition and you don't, when you deserve the recognition, or you did all the hard work, or your peer gets promoted. And these are all things that, bother us, distract us. And, how do you feel alive at work? Because you don't live in a vacuum. And there are situations around you where external stimulus is, creating all kinds of opportunities for where you feel upset, irritated, angry, disengaged. And is it really romantic, or do you think it's possible to feel alive at work in such situations, in commercial organizations especially? So I'll welcome your responses to this from both of you.
So what I'd say is, Judhijit, what you say is 100% true. And to me, as you evolve as a person, not as a professional only, but as a human being, I think in my view, one starts looking at the bigger picture and you stop slicing life one day at a time. It doesn't mean that life will not throw challenges at you. But I think somewhere a bit of a North Star, a bigger pull emerges. And it's like a loaf of bread. If you slice life one day at a time, one slice at a time, then you, of course, see all the challenges that need to be dealt with and should be dealt with. And that becomes a purpose. Like leaving kids to school, picking them up, and so on and so forth. But I think if you broaden your horizon to a quarter at a time, or 6 months at a time, or a year at a time, then perhaps purpose helps you navigate these short-term challenges a bit more effectively. And the distractions, that you mentioned, don't play such a meaningful life in the, in the day-to-day priority. I think it just helps you get a good purpose will help you get rid of these distractions. Not that they don't have to be dealt with, but keep on getting pulled, motivated, aligned to a bigger goal that you've set for yourself, or something that you really enjoy. That's the way I would look at it. So it doesn't mean having that purpose doesn't enable you to deal with this stuff, because we all need to deal with stuff every minute. And there's a distraction around all the time. The question is, how much does it impact you? And if the purpose is clear, then the distractions get dealt with. But if the purpose is a bit hazy, then the distraction actually becomes the main thing to deal with. And that's how it is. And there's no right or no wrong. That's the way I've experienced it.
Thanks, Vikram. And that resonates, of course. And I'm going to put this question to Professor Snehal, taking the cue from what you're saying. I mean, you teach in an academic institution, you're teaching MBA students. These are all, before they join work, and they're spending 2 years of their time. And these are young people, right? And 21, 22, 23 years old, 24 years old. But in campus, obviously, people are looking for the job which gives them the highest paycheck, right? And they're looking at getting ahead. And Vikram talked about that. The paycheck is very important at the start of your life, because that's the way you measure. And in a competitive world, we also look at in a commercial context, we also see how do you look at your own self-worth? Do you evaluate it on the basis of the highest salary you draw? And newspaper headlines also talk about, this company offered this salary, and 1 crore salary, somebody landed. So now, all of this is happening around you, right? And you're 21, 22, 23 years old. You're yet to have a family. You're yet to raise kids. Is it even realistic to expect that people will look at the North Star that Vikram talked about, and and have that at that early an age? Or is it something that you feel will evolve over time? And for the large numbers of people that we hire with, and people vote with their feet and leave because of small distractions.
This is a very relevant question, and trust me, I struggle with it every day, because when we go into the classroom and talk about this, and you talked about Milton Friedman, and Milton Friedman said man or human is a rational animal, self-interested, and here for make profit. Students keep telling us that what is this purpose of purpose in many ways. And but here is the thing, right? That when you are talking to them about this, you're right, at 22, 23, they will not get it. But that does not absolve us of the responsibility. It's like this, when you plant the seed today, and I'll give you a sort of an example of Chinese bamboo, right? What typically happens is that when the seed is planted, you don't see the growth for so many weeks, and suddenly after X number of weeks, which is like a long time off, it suddenly starts shooting up. So in that sense, I would say it is more of awareness and sensitivity. And please see, it's not a trade-off. We don't want to talk to these youngsters to say it's a trade-off between purpose. There is a lot of narrative here which says purpose or profit, or put purpose before profit. So our job is really to give examples, support with data and facts. And you see example like, Fortune 500 companies, even here in India, Tata Group and IHCL, the Taj Hotel and group of companies. Patagonia is an example. Patagonia, it's making profit. Their products are very expensive, but the constant communication of how do we really take care of the climate, take care of the people around us, and the whole value chain. So they get it over time, not now, but I think our role is to provide the seed and now. And how much ever on the face of it they think that it doesn't matter to them, but it is more of saying that in that sense it is evolving. And we should not absorb our responsibility to not to give that. And the things that Doreen talked about, right? It's conscious capitalism. So it's not that you're moving away from the profit motive. It's important and it is very valuable for them at this time. As Shiv talked about this value creation role, we need to create that value, but value at and not at the cost of others, taking along others. So in that sense, it is more of not a zero. If they get that, and they get it. It's not a zero-sum game. It is more of a win-win game. And there are solutions like that in the long run.
Okay, thanks, Professor Snehal. And so I think you mentioned about Patagonia, and of course, a lot of their, what their stated goals are about saving the planet. So Vikram, here's a question for you. Organizations have these mission statements, vision statements, and of course, purpose as we define it. Why do we exist? And they do these senior leadership workshops and they cascade all this to their employees. But in my experience as a practicing HR manager, it's a bit like the national anthem. If you go and ask employees, citizens of this country, do you remember the national anthem? Many of them don't even remember the words. So you go and ask people about their vision statement, values, mission statements. They seem like empty slogans in organizations. And though there's a lot of work that is being done by HR in doing these town halls and talking about it, and every employee communication talks about it. But when, how do you make this really stick? And is it even important? Because people are, it doesn't mean that just because you don't know the national anthem, you're not a patriot or a good citizen. So how do you reconcile this?
Tough one, certainly. I think to me, as I reflect on my journey, the person who's really led me and guided me, apart from my late mother and the leaders that I would count on, would be my immediate managers. And I feel if you have, as an organizational practitioner, if you are able to create an environment where great leaders are able to hold the organization together, it's a big win. Not only does it get you the employee engagement and whatever, it's just that it provides a lot of purpose to others to come to work and feel happy about doing it. And the converse is equally true. You may have all the big slogans, but if you have a real monster of a manager, which we may have all had at some point in time, then you really wish not to go home. And somebody's rightly said that, great companies attract people and bad managers make, are the reason for people's exit. So I feel, there is reasonable merit in a company clarifying or stating its broad objective or purpose. But to bring it to life, it's really in the hand of what is the investment has the company done in line managers across the company or the wherever. And there needs to be an environment where great managers feel appreciated. They need to get a signal that we value what your greatness in leading others. And that's something that I feel just then allows the cascade to happen. So I don't know whether I've been able to answer a question, but I'm a real believer in having outstanding line managers, and that is not easy. So
May I come in here? I have
So
a
I'll
bit of
caveat it with Professor Snehal. I mean, so I'll request, I'd like you to build on what Vikram has said, but he's
actually,
talked
I
about.
have a contradictory point of view.
Okay, sure. So
In a sense.
Great. So I'll just have a question to add for if you can amplify on that, because in academia, you also do a research of organizations across the world, right? Best practices that are there. So while you please do go ahead and make your point about your rejoinder to what Vikram said, I wanted to tease out two couple of things. One is, of course, your rejoinder. How do organizations actually align their purpose with the employee's purpose? And do you really think it's possible to work in an organization where your purpose may not be aligned with organizational purpose? I mean, if you work for a company that says, makes chemicals or gases that kill people, and there are companies who do that, and there are people who actually work there, right? How do you resolve this contradiction? So over to you, Professor.
So I will try to answer that, but going back to it, I feel what this whole purpose, first of all, why has it become important? So mine will be a multi-part sort of response. It is because, purpose, the whole understanding of purpose is even more important now, because the world at which we are, with so many things happening, which is sort of, you feel you're not in control, then that kind of anchoring or the root, people are searching for it, especially the young generation, those seniors, all the multi-generation workforce that exists. So in fact, providing that is a very important thing for companies and organizations. So having said that, I would try to say that, the thing that the organization is doing may be a little digressing, is that we are connecting it to employee engagement, all of that. And my suggestion is not to do that. So, how do you measure that? Oh, we are looking at purpose and employee engagement numbers have gone up. This has gone. This whole cause and effect is creating the problem and making this whole thing problematic and tricky. So if the
can I push you, Professor Snehal? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
You're saying that we should not
and that's
measure.
what even
We should not measure whether purpose, because I mean, a lot of the literature in the management world comes with metrics.
Yes.
Everything we should measure. Have a balance.
That's the problem. No, so that's what I'm saying. That's the
just
problem.
For a moment, I'll just pause you there. Vikram, what do you think? We should measure purpose?
Do not link it to employee engagement. Do not link it to customer centricity. Do it for the right reasons, not for, because we do this, we are going to get higher employee engagement.
So Vikram, over to you.
So, Jyotijit, I don't know if there's a way to or a metric to measure purpose. I think if I were to take a call, I would just leave it out there and let my actions amplify, rather it being just a stated intent. So whatever I do as an organization should really align, with what I'm trying to say. And I also wouldn't necessarily link purpose and employee engagement. No, but I feel as an individual, maybe I would like to find purpose at work. And to me, that is an important thing as an individual. To your answer that, if I were not to find purpose at what I do, then there have been 2 times in my career when I quit. And, it's not been a difficult decision, just to say that.
See, the fundamental problem that we have come across, and even management, and I'm sure you have heard about Sumantra Ghoshal, who's supposed to be the top 50 thinkers, management thinkers of the world. What we are doing is this whole cause and effect bit that we are doing. See, I'm not saying you cannot measure purpose, but the thing is that you can measure aspects. We are measuring the wrong thing. Judajit. The aspect to thing is how have we put the structures in place? What are the policies and how effective are those policies that we put for getting the best out of the employees? Mr. Delaporte, who is the CEO of Wipro, I was hearing him at the World Economic Forum, and he said a very important thing, right? Like you have to, a lot of times we have the physical bodies coming into workplace. Are they bringing their heart along? So if you do cause and effect that, okay, we put this purpose, we have communicated, and that is going to lead to this effect of employee engagement, etc., it's going to actually devalue the whole, the interest in putting something which is so more more broad-based, that you will not really find that link. It might be weak at best, but we are trying to force fit things, and that is creating what you were asking, right? That how do you really put in place and measure it, and how do you really show that it's working? We don't need to show it's working. It will, it's like this: when you do good parenting, the kids and whatever they do, right? It's not that, okay, at 5 years of age, the mother, gave the best help and she did not work, and he or she is sitting at home to be there for the child. So at age 10, he has to get A plus in the report card, right? I mean, that's the cause and effect we are trying to do.
No,
And whether that is,
you're
it's up to debate. We always want our kids to do well, but at age 10, he or she should get A plus. At age 12, he or she should get a mathematics medal. At age 14, do this, do that. I think this whole purpose and engagement link is like that.
Actually, Judajit,
and that's what they are finding in research also, that we are demeaning the whole value by its measurement.
Judajit, I want to tell you a case of misalignment. When I talk to other practitioners who are our friends in the HR fraternity, whether it's Infosys or Wipro, today IT companies are really banging their HR heads of IT companies and senior teams are banging their heads against the wall because their employees are so attuned to finding purpose through work-life balance and are keen to work from home. And, one of them told me that it's a challenge to get them to work physically 1 day a month at the moment. And that's how they are saying, sorry, it is not aligned with our, ask in the business to be successful. So if you don't want to, really work from office, then you should look for another job because our model now needs you to come to work. Similarly, in my company, given the large infrastructure play that we are in, work from home beyond a point just doesn't work. And I think those difficult conversations are being had, and maybe the consequences, lower engagement, so be it. Just wanted to say that.
No, but absolutely, Vikram. I mean, I resonate with that. So just to summarize, I think 3-4 points we've made. One is that purpose does evolve over time for individuals, and it is something we talked about. Purpose in the context of achievement orientation, feeling most alive, and in terms of us being able to grow and thrive. And a couple of the points I think you mentioned, it's both of you did, that we have to do it because it's the right thing to do, more than try to establish causality, whether it's linking to employee happiness or employee engagement or employee well-being, because we believe it's the right thing to do, like good parenting. And therefore you invest in people because you think it's the right thing to do, and you do not try to justify it through try to show whether it's adding to your bottom line or not. So I mean, before I open the floor to question answers from everybody else, one point I wanted to get both of your response on. The world is evolving very fast, right? Technology is replacing a lot of work. We've seen that, typists have gone away with for example, with the computer. That was some 30 years back. And now we're talking about AI, we're talking about machine learning and all the kind of new emerging technology, replacing humans with robots and all of that. In this context, I mean, when the future of work seems so uncertain, finding purpose in work, I mean, what does that mean really? And I mean, imagine you've been doing this for 20 years and suddenly your work is now being done by a robot. I mean, how do you reconcile this with your whole sense of being? Any thoughts on that from both of you?
Difficult one. Having worked at a bank for a long time in my past life, I feel that, perhaps the pace of tech disruption was pretty fast in financial services. And it has impacted many roles. And people in those jobs have had to do different stuff. And this, it's cliched, but the pace is only accelerating. Just the other day, I was speaking with Mr. Dani, who had come back from the US. And he was telling me he has a goal to put in a lot of schools. And he said he could feel the touch of a holographic image from the person next door in another room. So I'm just trying to give you an example of how quickly technology is adopting. So his view was, we have 15 schools, why can we not build 250 in the next 5 years and 1,000 the next 10 years and beam teachers? And have curriculum that continuously evolves rather than waiting for it to be revised, etc. ChatGPT is an excellent, and all its rivals is a very good disruptor. And how do you, deal with a college essay which is not written by ChatGPT, and so on and so forth. So Judhajit, difficult one to answer, but I would say as an individual, I went to business school only once and learned a lot on the job. I think somewhere the need to quickly see what's coming and move to acquire new skills is going to be important. I mean, tomorrow, the future of work is not going to be a job for life. It is going to be gigs. I'm here, I could be doing 6 things for 6 different companies and have NDAs and whatever, and so be it.
So,
I think skills is going to be paramount.
Vikram, I'm going to interrupt you here and so whose onus is it? Is it the organization's onus to align the employee to the purpose, or there is the employee has to figure out how he or she should evolve in the context of changing work paradigm, changing organizational needs? How do you juxtapose these, and where is the responsibility? I mean, we seem to be should we put the burden on the organization entirely, or is there an employee role, and what is the role of HR also?
So I would personally say it's today 60-40. 60 for the employee as a responsibility and 40 for the company. As the world evolves, maybe it'll go to 70-30. I think HR has an important role to play in terms of creating awareness that how is technology disrupting jobs, and provide platforms and tools and frameworks that, look, if you want to acquire more skills, then as a good employer, I not only give you the resource, but the time to do that and practice it. I think somewhere many companies fall short of any of these 3 variables. And that a company which can give me more of that, that's something that I would choose in the future.
Great. And Professor Sneha?
Yes. See, the responsibility, according to me, is at both ends. For the employee, I would say first, we have to make our own Lakshman Rekha. And this Lakshman Rekha is what is my tolerance zone, right? So it's not that, and it is a myth that, I'm aligning to the purpose of the organization 100%, right? That whatever the organization doing, I'm aligned to it. I think that that kind of utopian world may not exist. And I'd be happy to take questions on that. If they have found any organization, including Patagonia, if you go to Glassdoor, you will have hundreds of other people talking about this way or that way. So in that sense, that utopian world of 100% alignment of employee purpose with organization purpose, it does not exist. However, if one draws one's own Lakshman Rekha, that this is my zone of tolerance, here and there, if some things happen, the organization is doing this or that, I'm able to tolerate, and I'm there because I'm okay with that. Once that Lakshman Rekha is breached, it is up to the employee to say that, okay, this is not working out for me, and I would be looking, and therefore upskilling and being on top of things. And the employer is and HR in particular, we communicate what our purpose is. When you find that we as a company or an organization have digressed, the reasons, I think we don't do enough of the why things have happened, and things will happen, right? Things will happen in an organizational history. But if there, and the role of HR along with CEO is to say why this happened, why we were put in a box to kind of take those decisions, and how are we doing to overcome it, to again align ourselves to the purpose. So and I will just, maybe if you want to elaborate, but I'll just leave 4. There are 4 aspects that an HR can do. Directional, right? North Star, directional, keep communicating. So direction for the company and the employees base, and of course the customers. The second one is relational, right? The benefit from research that they keep talking about is that the relationship with the customer becomes better, because relationship with the employees become better, and the whole world and the community. So is the relational argument of having a purpose and keep communicating it. The third big one is reputational, and it comes because if you're consistently working and aligning yourself with your own reason for existence, that exists and the reputation comes. And the fourth part is motivation. And it's like getting up early in the morning and saying, okay, I'm excited to go to work because I'm at the right place, the company is doing right things in my zone of tolerance, and I'd like to contribute with my intelligence and with my heart. I think heart is where purpose is the real crucial part, is the employee bringing the heart also along with the physical body.
Great. Thank you for sharing that framework, and talking of the red lines. Vikram, anything else you'd like to add before we open the floor for question answers?
No, I think we don't have much time, so why don't we take questions, sir?
Yeah, so would welcome questions from the audience. Anybody would like to come in?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Professor Rosie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Since you mentioned about purpose, sir, Mr. Das, you started the conversation with purpose. In 1916, Henry Ford was sued by 2 of his shareholders, stating that business is for profit, whereas he wanted the business profits to be plowed for service. Eventually, he lost the case, and the shareholders won. In fact, he was rebuffed for it. Then we came to 1970s Milton Friedman stating business purpose is for profit. And now we see a Companies Act 2013, which mandates 2% as CSR, since you're heading the CSR and ESG departments of your organization. So aren't we talking of an entire century gone wrong? Because we are coming back to where we started, with a very esteemed person like Henry Ford Sr. talking about it. I just want your views on it rather than contradicting someone. Or, I mean, the purpose of business was what? Profits, service, what?
No, so I cannot certainly comment on what has happened. I think, there are many organizations which have definitely benefited communities and they've created great products, and over the last 100 years as well. So of course there will be companies that have eroded value, maybe eroded value for communities while making profits for shareholders. But I can say definitely there is a movement towards organizations, the whole movement and beyond CSR really, the whole aspect of ESG, though a lot of people believe it's a bit of a buzzword, right? But these are real and pressing concerns to move away from only financial indicators to non-financial indicators. So when I wear my, since I represent, I anchor ESG initiatives in an organization, definitely there are investors who are willing to only put in money provided you meet a threshold level. Professor Snehal talked about a zone of tolerance or a Lakshman Rekha. So they also want to only invest in companies that meet a certain threshold level of performance on ESG score. Now, whether the scoring methodology is the most accurate, there could be organizations which are doing better but have not published it in the public domain. All of these exist. My only comment on this is definitely there is more awareness and activism around the fact that organizations cannot purely exist for profit, but also need to make sure that they are benefiting all stakeholders, and organizations are realizing that and doing it. But I think the only point I like to make it, if organizations don't make money, they can't do any of these. So fundamentally, every organization has to make money so that they can benefit all stakeholders. That's where I like to leave it, and I request Vikram or Professor Snehal to add anything more on this. And
may I ask a question after that?
Of course,
so
Yogi.
may I take this question, because I have looked at this Ford example quite deeply, Professor Rosie. See, the interesting thing people may not realize that when Ford talked about this service, and he was one of those ones who had actually increased the per labor cost and what the blue collar workers earned at that time. But interestingly, and I'm not saying he had bad intentions, but see, the thing is, at that time, the United States labor force was poor. He had put in the assembly line, and therefore the production of Model T became a success. But Model T, who was the maximum, who were the people who bought Model T and made it a big success? The employees themselves. So while he gave that service and increased their pay, etc., but the ones who were their employees became the consumers of that. So in fact, it became like a positive cycle of feeding in and getting more profit because there were more money in the hands of the employees. So in that sense, while he was achieving the purpose of capitalism through service to his own employees. And I think that way, if you see that thing, and if more and more companies do it, it's a beautiful example of what can be created with, it's more like a capitalism with a conscience, I think. And in that sense, you're right, it is coming a full circle right now.
And just a passing comment on that, Professor, before I pass on to my question. Unfortunately, his way of handling industrial relations was a bit unusual. That's why his son fell out with him, because there was a time when machine guns was used to, stave away irate labor. But that aside, somewhat skeptical question. If you saw what is purpose when the human resource index was much poorer than it is today, and I don't want to get mixed up with Abraham Maslow's 1948 theory, the purpose could be getting 2 meals. Has technology made us lazy? And has it made life very esoteric in terms of a sense of existential neurosis? I need to find purpose, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, not to mock it, but I need to find spiritual and celestial bliss. In which case, is it very effervescent? For example, if you had a DSLR camera, you would use manual mode and you'll use aperture mode to adjust the settings. If you have a Z9, you'll tell yourself, after spending 5 lakhs of rupees, it's dumb to do that. Let me just put it on auto, because the camera does everything. So I'd love to hear what the panel has to say in terms of this existential neurosis and laziness.
Vikram, Professor Shah, you would like to comment on Yogi's question, or comment rather?
So I would call it as intellectual laziness, which is coming up from all this technology enablement. In fact, I would say that is fueling The reason, because, when we were all working very hard, and, when bread and butter was the sort of reason for existence, in fact, we were very, what do you call it? The purpose and all did not come in our time, because the only purpose was this. Now that we have more time to think, and, technology is doing half the things, it is very, and, I think purpose is a mislabel, and maybe some of you may not agree with me, but if you just stick to what is the meaning of work, meaning to the employees, meaning for the organization, then it is not that effervescence, then it can be made into concrete steps. We can figure out what they are looking for, create some cluster. In fact, we have a project going on where we are trying to figure this out, saying that how do we really cluster people with similar sort of meaning, and then provide policies, processes, etc., to get that going. So in the world of intellectual laziness, this whole meaning, and data also shows that it's no longer money and CTC coming in is important to even youngsters who don't really have a stash of money saved for themselves. But the career, and what is the next for me in terms of am I adding value and meaning to society as a whole? I think the whole dialogue of meaning is going to create a more stable society, which is more motivated, rather than physically they might become lazy, but intellectually I think will go to a higher level of consciousness. That is my hope, and that is
okay. I need to leave for a meeting, but I just want to say that I don't disagree with Yogi. I think somewhere if technology is bringing everything to us, the need to go and get it, which perhaps do purpose or do actions, or the need to achieve or whatever, I think somewhere technology is certainly challenging that. And do I have an answer for it? No. But on that note, I'm going to exit. Judajit, I must compliment you. Excellent alternate career possibility. Haven't met a more effective moderator. And to the Bombay Management Association, so nice to speak with you, and thank you for the opportunity, but I need to rush to something. Thank you, and good
Thank
day.
you, Vikram. Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you very much.
So just to close this, and I guess we're run out of time now, I just wanted to add a couple of closing comments. I think part of what we're talking about purpose in terms of being most alive, or I have preferred to in my journey, and taking Yogi's point, there is a very famous Hungarian psychologist called Mihaly. He talked about flow, and he talked about flow in the context of the work that you do. The challenge should be slightly ahead of your capability, because if the challenge is very not there, you may get bored and restless. If the challenge is too much, you'll be out of depth and you'll be stressed. And work is essentially about solving various problems for the organization. And in the context, we also talked about that, look, you may be laying a brick, but actually you're building the Taj Mahal. So how does an organization convey that? Because at the end of the day, we do division of labor for efficiency, and we understand Adam Smith gives us that whole focus to because there's an efficiency paradigm that also kicks in. But of course, you miss the whole for the parts. And to get that, I think there is a role that through reflections and conversations, we can make it more alive, so that people can connect their own life journey, their own work with the larger purpose of the organization. And if we do that, hopefully it should lead to more discretionary effort, motivation for excellence, and whatever else, or higher paycheck that may, motivate each one of us. So on a closing note, there is a lower order purpose and there is a higher order purpose. I think we tease that out. Well, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Professor Shah. And of course, Vikram. And thank you to the Bombay Management Association for giving us the platform.
Thank you so
Well
much.
done.
Thank you
Well
for the
done.
opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the facilitator, the panelists, and for having such a constructive discussion. And we had a few questions, but we're running short of time. And a token of appreciation will reach your postal address since we are on a virtual platform. So thanks once again. And I'd like to announce that our next session which is about the new employee value proposition, will start at 11:45. So please stay tuned and let's have a short break. Andrila,
Yes, ma'am.
I request you to please play the video.
Sure, ma'am. Just hold the line. I'll give it to one of my colleagues.
We end up our classes around 5 and the life starts at 6 p.m. in the evening till 6 a.m. in the morning.
Having a huge football ground, a lawn tennis court, a badminton court, table tennis, and my personal favorite, the basketball court. At the end of the day, all of us from our classes, we end up at the court or at the ground trying to refresh ourselves, playing for a while and keeping ourselves fresh at the end of the day.
Our goal is distinct and clear. We nurture the future leaders. We plant the seeds that are inherently capable of producing leaders.
Good morning, Mr. Ashwini. I'm Rajesh Sharma here.
Morning, 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 Rajesh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My camera has some problems, so I'm not visible.
Okay, but
Hi,
am I
Ashwini.
visible?
Good
Pardon
morning.
me.
Hi, morning, morning. Am I visible?
Yes,
Very,
you are.
very visible.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Thanks. Can't figure out whether I am or not because I'm actually sitting in one relatively quiet corner, if I might call it that, of the airport. But,
Yeah, we spoke in the morning. Thanks a lot.
yeah. No problem.
Yogi, morning.
Hi, Ravi.
Morning, morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Ravi, morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Ravi.
Morning.
Hello, hi, Charlie.
Hi, good morning, Supriya.
Hi,
Hi.
Chami. Are you there? We
Morning.
can't see you.
I'm good, sir. How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Charlie. This is Rajesh.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, all right, morning. So Yogi, I'll try and stay on for as long as I can, but if I just abruptly log off, I would have had to. So yeah.
Which Ashwini is a prompt that we can start right away. I don't know if the audience has clicked back, but we'll check with Supriya whether if the audience have come back with their cups of tea and coffee from their own kitchens or whatever. If they've come back, it's great.
Let's start in a minute.
Okay. So meanwhile, I just want to share with the panel that we had an electric kind of a start with Shiv Kumar kicking off and some of the audience asking some electrifying questions, which really lit up the entire environment. And then we had Judajit and Vikram Tandon and Snehal Shah from SP Jain. So so far it's been a very, very enlightening and a very dynamic morning, if I may say.
Wonderful.
Sounds good.
And in fact, I'd like to add, while we just take off the next 1 minute, I'd like to tell all the speakers that please speak with an open mind and an open heart. No content will be put online without your consent and without your review. So let's have a meaningful conversation and the real viewpoints, let them just flow. And I think we are good to start.
No worries, no regrets conversation.
Okay. So hello, my name is Supriya. I'm the host for the day. And our next session is about the new employee value proposition, which is an important part of a company's employer brand. Fireside conversation with our thought leaders building on each other's thoughts. And for that, we have invited we have really good 4 speakers with us. And I'll start with our very own Mr. Yogi Sriram. He's our facilitator for the session. And he's here with us since morning. So I'll introduce our first panelist, Mr. Ashwini Parashara. Hello, welcome to the HR conference. And I'd like to tell the audience that he is the CHRO of hydrocarbons at Reliance Industries Limited. He's an HR leader with over 32 years of global experience across the entire gamut of HR activities, with expertise in driving HR transformational initiatives, change management, HR capability building, and investor relations. As the CHRO of hydrocarbons at Reliance Industries, some of his primary responsibilities include creating a compelling employer brand, aligning all aspects of the organization around a strong purpose to drive engagement, and future-proofing the organization by enhancing people policies and processes through digital interventions and platform-based technology. So, welcome, Mr. Ashwini. Good to have you on board. Okay, and I now introduce our next panelist, Ms. Charmi Avasti. She is the CHRO of Boat Lifestyle. She's a senior human resource professional with over 18 years of experience in leading business HR and COE functions like performance management, organization effectiveness, and capability building. for leading media conglomerates like Viacom 18 and Z. She's a certified Gallup Strengths coach and Delvin Team Goals consultant. So welcome, Chami. Good to have you on board. And our third panelist is Mr. Ravindra Kumar. Hello, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. He is the CHRO at Tata Motors and member of the executive committee. During his career of 24 years, Ravindra has had the opportunity to work in country, regional and global roles in businesses across a variety of industries and organizations at different stages of their life cycle. These experiences have in fact enabled him to develop into a creative and result-oriented HR professional with particular interest in organization effectiveness, organization development, and change management. So good to have all of you here. Welcome again. And now I hand over the session to the facilitator, Mr. Yogi Sriram. Sir, it's all yours.
Thanks, Supriya. What a panel we have. We have a CHRO of one of the world's largest hydrocarbon companies. We have CHRO of one of the world's top automobile companies. And we have a dynamic CHRO from Boat, which is a startup. Wow, what a dreamliner. So a few words about this topic, employee value proposition. I feel somewhat hesitant to describe it in its original form because it's a little outdated if you ask me. It talks about employees using their discretionary time, feeling excited and using their discretionary time. That's the traditional kind of definition. But maybe we will give this term a different flavor altogether. That the employee value proposition is an amalgam of the culture, the initiatives that you're taking in the organization, the kind of not tamasha, as Shivkumar talks about, which is happening in organizations in terms of the rara and the teddy bears and the good food in the canteen, but the reshuffling opportunities amongst roles, the career advancement kind of initiatives. This, I guess, is the new employee value proposition, which is replacing the traditional one, where people talk about, 5-day week and CTCs and stuff like that. So I don't want to speak too much at this point. I'll jump in whenever required because I'm worried that Ashwini's got a time-bound kind of a schedule, and so has Ravi, and so have you, Chami. So I will jump in at this stage and ask a question. In your respective organizations, what is the EVP today, and how is it evolving, and what is changing? Do you, if you forget the question, ask me again. Do you develop the EVP around different demographics and different roles, or what do you do? Chami, maybe you can start with you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, pleasure being part of this panel, and thank you, BMA, for inviting me. Mr. Yogi, to your question, when it comes to startups, and I'm going to contextualize my responses here to the experience that I had with new age young organizations, and with us, if I'm talking about whether media or startup, it actually depends upon what's the stage of growth where we are in, and what are the business priorities for us, and how are they shifting. It becomes very, very important for us to keep that in mind when we are kind of looking at an EVP. Because as you start the organization, let me just talk about the startup first, is that when you start the organization and as a startup, the founders are largely looking at a talent pool that comes out of their previous experiences, friends and ex-colleagues that they've worked with. And that's how you start the organization. But now when you reach a stage in the organization, which is in the growth phase, or whether you call it in an expansion stage, the need of talent that you need in the organization is completely different. Where you were looking at people who will come and do a breadth of work for you, and now you're looking at specialized skill sets that people will come and get more depth in the kind of work that you are doing, even in terms of changing priorities for the business, whether the entire focus was for largely, when I'm talking about Boat as an organization, the focus was in designing products, sourcing products that were coming from China, and then marketing the products, getting more consumers on board. So profitability and consumers were two important aspects. Now the entire business priority is changing with Make in India coming into becoming a very large proposition for the organization to look at. Keeping in mind the business context, the EVP that the organization is thinking about. And honestly, let me tell you that we have not crafted any EVP right now, because the only thing that the conversations around EVP have started. I think that's a good start to have, where you're talking and leaders are discussing EVP to make the proposition for your employees within and outside more attractive. For startups, largely the very strong EVP for employees, who attract employees, is compensation and ESOPs, which is to show them the opportunity to create wealth and being part of the journey. But now that we are looking at this entire shift, where we are in the growth stage, the entire attraction and retention and engaging the new workforce that we have in the organization is completely different. The variety of people that we have in the organization, people who have come and started the organization, the founding team, and the new team of professionals that have been hired in the last 18 months in the organization, that has made us kind of think that, there is a need for us to revisit our talent strategy, and how do you manage the earlier set of people and the new set of people together and have a more holistic EVP crafted for the organization. So we are in this journey to manage this shift. The conversations have started to how do we make this more relatable and relevant for the kind of talent that we have in the organization and we intend to attract.
Thank you,
So that's the
Ashwini.
stage where we are in.
Thank you very much. Ashwini, your perspectives of you're representing a massive organization with a massive number of people.
Yeah. Thank you, Yogi. First and foremost, I'm absolute honor and privileged to be here with you this morning, and absolutely, privileged to be with the panel that I am on. Let me just try and share a slightly different perspective here, and it's not necessarily in the organizational context, but in a larger context. From a first principle standpoint, why would we look at an EVP? I think for me, EVP really translates to, are there people in the organization who, even when they choose to leave, cannot stop talking about the organization in a positive sense? Are there people outside in huge numbers who would want to give their right arm to work with the organization? To me, it is really about creating those experiences, creating those connects. Now, let's look at the world that we are in today. Lifespans have started to get longer, but organizational lifespans have started to get shorter. And when we say that earlier retention, etc., to me those are passing. Actually, you will have attrition, but during the period that a person works with the organization, what are the kind of experiences that you leave the person with? For people outside, how do they experience the organization from people who are coming out? Are there people who will go out and become your brand ambassadors? And you can't create brand ambassadors by saying, okay, this is a booklet, read it, this is our value proposition, so on and so forth. It is about connecting with the heart. If you've got the heart, you've got the mind. Okay, and I'll share. In the recent times, we've been through the COVID journey, and COVID has impacted everybody, right? And here, I dare say, even in the organizational context, people have started to look at now not so much careers per se, but sustainability. But they want to be around their families, around their relationship. And when COVID started in the organization, our leadership, our chairman, set out three principles. He said, first and foremost priority is health of everyone who works with us, their families, their loved ones. Priority number 2 is the health of everyone who works with us, their families, their loved ones. Priority number 3 is ditto of what priority 1 and 2 was. And over the last 3 years, I think we've gone well and beyond, okay, in terms of reaching out to people. And even today, we are very, very proud of the fact that we did create an ecosystem where the connect was with the heart. And even the people that we lost, or were people who we lost, uh, their families we are still connected with. On reaching out, I'll just share a little small anecdote and I'll end there because, and you know, this is about a father and a son crossing a bridge, okay, on a bridge, crossing a raging river below with no railings on the side. The father's very concerned. The father says, you know, hold my hand to this little girl. And this girl turns around and says, no, Papa, you hold my hand. The father's astounded. He says, what's the difference? It's holding the hand. She says, no, if I hold your hand and if something were to happen, you know, you might let go. But if you hold my hand, if you have reached out, that you will never let go. And to me, that is the connect with the heart. To me, if I were to put it simply, do create experiences where you connect with the heart of people. You would have got their mind. For whatever period they choose to work, create brand ambassadors out of them. Thank you, Yogi.
Specifically, Ashwini, in hydrocarbons Reliance, it must be a 50 years plus old organization.
Yes, yes, yes.
What has changed? How has the culture changed and evolved? What is the new employee proposition which is being, you know, on which you're leveraging your brand? And what do you see as its future?
Great question, Yogi. I think, you know, in an organization like ours, we are dealing with a multi-generational workforce. Okay, you have people who would be dealing with others who are skipped decades. And I think while at one point in time, there was this aura around some of the prima donna, now as they've started to look at it, and I dare say, COVID was a huge, what should I say, booster. Yeah, absolute leveler and booster, where the mindsets of people have started to come together. It is fascinating to see now people who at one point in time would be, you know, in one quiet corner, now actually wanting to reach out, actually getting into reverse mentoring, you know, getting into a situation where they're learning from the younger lot. So to that degree, that divide between hierarchy and the divide between the, you know, age is starting to melt away. I'm not saying it's gone away. Okay, I think that would be absolutely an incorrect statement to make. But one can see that seamless transition starting to happen. You know, the barriers are getting broken. Okay, now and you are no longer concerned about why people skipped level and went to others to reach out for a different thing or the other. I think the larger issue is that we and another piece, Yogi, which I'm seeing emerging, and it's only getting accentuated, is this coming together of teams. So it is not hierarchy that defines the leader of the team. By now, you have a natural leader emerging who's the best fit to lead. And you, in one sense, don't really have a leader. You have people coming together with a single objective and purpose, all working towards it and liquidating that and moving on. It's quite fascinating to see this change happening. And as I look to the future, you're going to get into more and more of these different groups coming together, working together, and moving on, and in the process also creating friends for life. You know, so it's not just a professional relationship that comes into play. I think people have now started to get into more of a personal equation and relationship as well. So I think that's really what I see emerging, Yogi. A lot of focus on team working. Thanks, Yogi.
Thank you. Ravi, Tata Motors, what used to be called Telco, is, I think, a pretty old organization. I would hazard a guess, they're perhaps more than 75 years, 80 years old.
Yeah, 76, Yogi.
I wasn't too far away from the mark.
No.
Things have changed, evolved right from the time of Suman Mulgaonkar to the current times. The HR department has contributed to some big stalwarts who either retired or still are in harness in various companies. How has the new employee value proposition evolved? What is it that you currently have to offer to attract young talent. Let's say I'm an IT professional from Surathkal. What are you going to tell me in terms of your employee value proposition to make me join Tata Motors?
Yeah. So Yogi, I think I would like to respond to that in the context of our industry, right? See, automobile industry has always been the largest employer in the organized sector in most of the countries, including ours, right? But the thing that is happening with the automobile industry probably in the past decade, and it's at an accelerating pace, is the change that is happening, right? There are 4 trends which McKinsey had coined this term called ACES, ACES, right? Autonomous, connected, electric, and shared vehicles. They had said that these would be the trends that will shape the future of automobile industry, and we are beginning to see that play out in a very, very strong way right now, right? So some people even describe the future of automobiles as software on wheels, right? Then if you begin to talk about sustainability, I think automobiles have contributed to a lot of the effects that we are seeing today in terms of greenhouse gases and pollution, etc. We are also today, I believe, at the forefront of trying to change it with the electric vehicle, at least emissions at the tailpipe. Now, the source of energy is something that we have to partner with the power sector, but I'm talking about the use of the fuel and what fuel we use. Now, if you look at it, right, I think automobile has been a play of engineering, mechanical engineering technology, but today it increasingly is more about analytics. It is more about software, right? And it's a lot about going green and sustainability. So this has been the journey that the industry has been on. And what I would say is the context of what COVID has had I think the impact of COVID has been personal for everybody, including the workforce, the experienced employed workforce, and also the new one which is coming into the workforce. So 2 things come in there, and I would put it around growth, personal growth, purpose, right? Personal purpose and organizational purpose. So Tata Motors has been spearheading from a purpose point of view, be it form of safety for our passengers, which we have pioneered, right? And I think Tata Motors pioneered safety for passenger vehicles in India. Now we are doing it for commercial vehicles also. The second is sustainability through green vehicles, right? Now this is in the past, I think Tata Motors as the largest commercial vehicle manufacturer, we have impacted the country's economy. I would like to say that we gave wheels to the country's economy. We have provided employment to a huge set of stakeholders in the economy, not just our vendors, but even also after we sell vehicles, there's a huge value chain that is created, right? But today that has shifted to things like safety and environmentally friendly vehicles, right? This is one larger purpose that employees are attracted to. The second, if you talk about individual purpose, I believe one of the results of the pandemic has been that people have become far more deliberate about what they want to do, how do they want to invest their time, where do they and how do they want to complete their journey in life, right? Therefore, given the shift that is happening in the automobile industry, and also our larger purpose as a part of the Tata Group and part of Tata, which have always contributed to the country and the community that we work in. Now, coming to the individual, our objective is increasingly to enable every employee or a prospective employee achieve their full potential in whatever they have chosen, right? Be it across function. Now, if you want to grow within your own function, if you want to do a cross-functional, you want to be, shift along with what is happening and shape the future, right? In all these, what we have tried to do is create opportunities and options and a culture wherein people can pursue their growth, right? And therefore their purpose. So I would say this is what has been happening in an external environment, how it has impacted us, and how we are trying to leverage it.
Okay, this time I'd like to go in reverse order. I'd like to start with you, Ravi, go to Ashwini, and then to Chandni with this. I want to put it to you that just yesterday I laid my hands on a paper which is based on research done in IIT Bombay. A bunch of 4 professors did this research on students passing out between 2014 and 2018. N was a little more than 2,000 students. So they cut the streams into domain and non-domain. Domain, according to them, core domain and non-core domain. The core domain is if I am a BTech in mechanical, I take up a job in mechanical engineering, let's say in Tata Motors, in one of the shops, in the manufacturing shops, in the assembly line. If I do something which is non-core domain, I go into, let's say, process automation, or I go into, let's say, mechatronics, or I even go into something concerning civil engineering. It's not as drastic as the NEP. It talks about physics and music together. But you guys, as CHROs of very large businesses, sorry, I didn't complete about the paper. The paper says that majority of the people surveyed out of this 2,000 went away from the core domain into non-core domains, majority. And one of the reasons, bit of a flaky reason, is that the CTC of the domain and the non-domain was just 50,000 rupees. But they chose non-domain, though it was 50,000 less, to domain. So they would go off. So a mechanical engineer would typically take civil or would take chemical or something else. A minor, so would choose a career in a minor. So if I'm, say, a mechanical engineer, I'll take up a job in Ashwini's process plant in maintenance. But that as a core domain, but I may go into a process plant where chemical engineering is involved, which is the non-core. Most of them took the non-core. So question 1 to all of you, does it mean something to us that people are looking for different kind of domains and they're prepared to shuffle? And the second is, how are we preparing ourselves for this magnificent dream of the NEP, where people are talking about esoteric choices? They're talking about physics and music and maths and dance and stuff like that. Does the minor matter or the major matter? Ravi?
So, Yuki, what I would say is that, I mean, there are 2 books that I would refer to, which were very interesting and that perhaps touch upon what you said, right? One of them is Outlier, which talks about the 10,000 hours, right? And there's another book that came out a little later, which is called Range. Okay? And there's actually a wonderful YouTube wherein the 2 authors speak, because Range talks about the fact that when you do things broader, you actually become much more in a chosen field. And apparently, the example they give is, if Tiger Woods always did golf, Federer picked up the tennis racket, I believe, much later in life, and he did a bunch of things. Both of them work, right? And what the book Range goes on to lay out is that when the rules are far more predictable, 10,000 hours helps. So in chess, 10,000 hours makes a lot of difference. But when rules are changing, therefore like a tennis game, maybe having played football helps, right? Now, I want to bring this back to our field and what you talked, interesting, you picked up mathematics and music. Look, one of our most famous scientists, Dr. Rajaramana, he was also an accomplished musician. And there is research to prove that if you are learning mathematics, if you pick up a violin or if you pick piano, it actually helps you with the studies. So I think the NEP, there's a reason for what they are saying there is, right? So now how do we prepare for it? I just hope we get even more brilliant students and much more vested people who will be available in the workforce. But coming back to your question, Yogi, I have not seen the detail of your the paper you're referring to. But look, I think there is a whole host of possibilities for that. including why did people even choose engineering as a profession? Now, whatever it is in India, even today, medical and engineering, there's a lot of, while it is changing, at least in the second generation, third generation urban and employed people's families, but I still think there's a huge pressure for people to do engineering and medicine, things like that. And IIT always is a brand. So I also would like to question how many even went into engineering because they wanted it. The second thing is degree that, we also have to look at whether graduation is finally a chosen profession for people, or actually it becomes more of a qualification to enter the work stream. I think things are changing, especially if you look at, software and analytics and those kind of things. People from varied areas are coming into it. So I would also believe that unless a certification is required, like a chartered accountant or whatever, which is an exam which you do after a degree, or medicine where you need an MBBS degree to practice, I wonder whether it has become that graduation is more becoming a entry point and people may actually move on. That is why an engineering degree and then after that an MBA. People go into sales and marketing. They may sell mechanical things if they're a mechanic in India, but they also actually do a lot of work on finance or in
So let me prompt you there, Ravi. If a person in Tata Motors is, say, a mechanical engineer doing a pure mechanical engineering job and says, Mr. Ravindra Kumar, I want to do a Coursera course on something like concerning paints, and I want to move there. Would you encourage that? If so, do you have a systematic way of doing so? Because that's a part of the EVP.
So it has always been there, and I think it's been across many companies, including ours. So many of our senior leaders today did not begin their profession in where they were. They have moved around, right? One. Second thing is, I'll just say one statement, and then I'm sure my other panelists will have comments. Is see, after people spend, for our early career people, we have a fast track program. At that point of time, we give them a choice to opt into a completely different function, Yogi. So I have somebody in my team who's a star in human resource team, who was a metallurgy engineer who spent his first few years on corrosion, right? And he chose to move his profession because at that point of time, we looked at when people appear for this fast track program, we run it as FTSS, they can say, I want to go and move to HR, and we facilitate that.
Very nice. So Ashwini, when you recruit for Reliance Hydrocarbons, do you sort of focus more on the UDCTs of the world or the chemical engineering streams, or do you also take people from, say, streams which are unrelated, and this is the connection of employee value proposition? Do you also rotate them as such between different functions?
Yes. So when we recruit, Yogi, we recruit across. I don't think so. While you might be having a bias towards chemical engineering, given the nature of the industry that we are in, and it's difficult to get out of that bias, but you're not constrained by saying we'll only recruit chemical engineers or any such kind of person. Your question really got me reflecting on one of my all-time favorite quotes, from Robert Frost. It goes, and I hope I get it broadly right. I won't get it exactly right, I know. Somewhere ages and ages hence, I shall be saying this with a sigh. Two roads diverged into the woods, and I chose the one less traveled by. And that is what has made the difference. And I think as people start to think about the future, in the past, you had engineers, you had doctors, you had lawyers, and it was virtually a full stop. Now people are spoiled for choice. And, education is really a baseline, really. Okay. And a degree is a baseline to me. After 2 to 3 years, it doesn't matter. What matters is really the kind of experience a person has got, experience that they have managed to garner. And that is what makes them do what they end up doing. In concrete terms, we've had situations where we've had an instrumentation engineer working in one of our manufacturing locations, today being a rewards professional in the company. And you talked about how do we encourage it? We encouraged it by putting some platforms in place. And I'll talk of one. We put in place program of a managerial program for Reliance engineers. We tied up with one of the IIMs. We got them to independently do a CAT equivalent test. When people went into campus, they were asked to clean their desktop drawers. People from different functions or leaders from different functions went and actually made a pitch to them to come and join their functional areas. And engineers moved into completely diverse, professions as well. Some chose to continue, some chose to move into diverse areas, and I've given you a concrete example here. So really, in some form or manner, we need to provide opportunities for people to do what they would like to do and facilitate it. Otherwise, you run the risk of losing them. With the opportunity canvas available, high caliber talent, you will not be able to hold on to if they did not have these opportunities. And that is what we are working more and more and more on, Yuki. And I'll pause there in the interest of time.
Shami, by the way, this paper was published some time back, but it's reported in yesterday's Indian Express in the online version for Ravi and Ashwani and Charmi to go through. One of the things, of course, they said, which is not too relevant for our EVP conversation, is the non-core companies came earlier than the core companies, but that's just an aside. Your comments, Charmi, on this thing that the trend that younger people want to get into domains which are completely different from what they were educated in and do things completely different. Startups, I guess, have much more elbow room, right?
So I'll just talk about this taking, context. And I think this shift is not very recent. This is happening for quite some time now, of people choosing non-core domains to pursue their careers. And I'll take my own example. I studied engineering and I made this shift to move to management and pursue HR. And it was immediately out of campus I moved to, and that is kind of happening. And I think this is happening more than 2 decades ago, my example. And as you rightly pointed out, with startups, since it's a smaller setup, it's easier to kind of manage as compared to larger organizations because there's no challenge of scale here. But I think in one of my previous conversations with you, I also stated this, the way we have put out the proposition for the organization and its brand, which we are also cascading into our EVP, is we call it hashtag do what floats your boat. And it's largely around organization encouraging people to pursue where their passion is, whether it's in your work streams or whether it's in things that are beyond work. And that's what we want to put out very strongly as our EVP attribute as well. And just to have more fun around this, we say that, our co-founder, who also is the chief marketing officer of the organization, he says that I'm a chartered accountant, but I'm the CMO of the company. I've not studied marketing. And our CFO is not a chartered accountant. So that's how the talent assessment is these days. It's not more, pegged on your education or your experience largely, because that's the parameter when you're kind of getting into the workforce. But now largely as an organization are progressing and are looking at talent, the lens at which we look at talent has completely changed. We're looking at people who come with higher potential, which we're assessing through the lens of, high aspiration, high ability, and, and whether they're engaged and aligned to the purpose of the organization and the growth journey that the organization wants to take up. So I think the organizations have already made that shift, looking at talent management very, very differently, organizing different set of high pot management programs to ensure that people from diverse fields also take up leadership roles in different functions, not from where they started their career from.
Thank you. This time I'd like to start with you and then go opposite direction. Chami, in the beginning, you said that when the startup started, ESOPs and money and CTCs were very important part of the employee value proposition. Thank you for your honesty. But I want to challenge all three of you, saying that, and this is maybe my mindset, please demolish it, because I belong to a particular age and stage of life where maybe perspectives are different. Money doesn't actually matter. money doesn't matter, and even all the theory about threshold, etc., it actually distracts you. And there I want to lean on an experiment, which I would not be capable of doing. But there is a famous social scientist called Dunker who did this experiment. What do you see? You see a candle, you see a tray with some thumbtacks, and you see matches. And you see a cork board behind the tray. So the challenge that he gave to a number of MBA students, after him came a person called Glucksberg, who gave a challenge to MBA students in the 70s. Here is a problem. You need to fix the tray and the candle and light the candle in such a way on the cork board that the candle wax doesn't spill on the table below. Okay? The candle wax, after being lit, the candle, the wax should not float below. And all you have is these three things. And he made two groups, experimental group and control group. One group was told, I'll give you financial incentives. Those days, Glucksberg did something like $20 per person. 70s, huh? 72. $20 today is about $189 if you look at inflation and all. Not bad, huh? It's pretty good money. So guess what? Those who got the financial incentives were put in a room and told that please do it and you'll get this reward if you do it in a certain time. And the other group was told that you are actually, there's no reward for you, but we just want to see how fast you can do it because the world record is so many minutes, just to provoke. And obviously the group which was not given the financial incentives did much, much better. Actually, those who got the financial incentives did the job much later. Of course, you may be knowing the solution, but it's a trick kind of a question. So the guys who got the financial incentives struggled, whereas those who didn't get it came out with this problem, with this solution. Simple. Take out the tax, put the candle on the tray, light it, your job done. Any comments? Financial incentives actually distract people, is what I'm putting it to you today morning.
So, there's another experiment. I'm not able to recall the researchers who were behind that, but there was another experiment, similar experiment when people were looking at incentives and designing incentive programs. And they did a study to see whether people were, and a kind of industry that they chose was very different. The first started with the manufacturing setup to see whether incentivizing people was able to kind of have a direct impact on the productivity of employees. And a similar thing, which was actually successful, they could actually establish a very strong correlation between incentives and productivity. And the same model was then replicated in another industry where the set of talent that you were kind of experimenting on was a talent of knowledge workers. And here the experiment completely failed. So, and then the entire hypothesis about whether incentivizing people will lead to productivity was kind of contextualized in the kind of talent that you're working on that model with. So again, saying that, if I have to relate it to my experience in organizations that I have worked with, compensation and benefit is kind of table stakes. It's a basic conversation that you have with people. And it also kind of changes with the set of people that you're talking about, the cohort of talent that you're kind of targeting or speaking to. At entry points where people are just coming out of campus, compensation would be important. But as you grow higher in the organization and where people want to associate with an organization for other things than compensation, and let me just talk about people joining startups from these organizations that we're talking about from IITs and IIMs, is largely around associating themselves to a growth story and to be part of an organization which is on a high-paced growth journey and they want to see themselves and their own career journeys getting aligned to the organization growth journeys. And in that case, compensation becomes gets lower in the stack order of attributes that you're assessing when you're getting into an organization. So people then start looking at other things rather than just focusing and looking at an organization in terms of compensation. And
So
that's what we're saying.
you feel that compensation does help in being innovative also? And companies, organizations like, not companies, but departmental undertakings like, say, ISRO, who are covered by the 7th Pay Commission, are basically so innovative in spite of not having competitive competitions when looking at the private sector. They are sort of outliers. Would you say that?
So it completely depends upon the way organization wants to look at it. The way I would look at it is the kind of people that we are attracting. If I want to contextualize this to my organization, compensation is important and needs to be competitive for people to at least start thinking about the organization. Sorry, I've not been able to kind of take the question in the right way when you're talking about ISRO as an example. I will not be able to comment. I kind of look at my other analysts to comment on it.
We can circle back to that. Ashwini, your
Yeah, okay. So Yogi, I'll just make a few quick comments. Sorry about the disturbance in the background, and then with your permission, I'll log off. I think I'll use two words here in context here. One is mindset, and the other is sustainability. Now, to me, it is the mindset of an individual which drives innovation, there are people who are driven. Money, no money, doesn't matter. It is the challenge at the front. And if they are into it, they will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Now, as you start to look at compensation, and I think COVID again has been a big trigger here. People are now looking at money as sustainability. If you're starting to think about it, people are now wanting to be surrounded by their friends, their families, and ecosystem. They want to work with people that they would like to work with, so on and so forth, as opposed to driving an agenda for money. I think those are some things that people are really taken to. So to me, compensation now is largely about sustainability. And if you're really talking about people having to look at it in different forms, manners, and ways, I think it's really a mindset issue only. And again, to me, if you create an environment in the organization, you can change some of these mindsets where people would want to do more and more and more in terms of giving their best as they can towards a task or an objective. So I'll pause there, Yogi, and thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. With your permission, Yogi, I will need to log off now.
Wish you a safe flight. Wish you a safe flight. Take care. Take care. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Ravi would love to hear your perspectives.
So Yogi, compensation, I believe, is an aspect of EVP, right? And like Sharmin said, I believe it depends on the stage of your career where you're, because different demographics perhaps look at different things. So simply put, we all go to campuses for recruitment. And one of the big things that students look at is compensation. And in addition to many other things that the company offers in terms of career path, how well the business is doing, compensation decides whether you go on day 1, day 2, or day 3. It's a reality. So let us be conscious of that. Also, if you look at it broader, again, talking about different needs at different stages, when people, based on their life cycle, when they have their family, addition to the family, when they have aging parents, I think benefits do become important. Now, how do we incentivize? So is compensation the end all and be all of EVP? The answer is definitely no. But can you ignore it? I also think the answer is no. It is a part of your EVP. First point. The second thing is, you specifically asked a question about incentive, and I think there are multiple studies, individual incentive versus team incentive, what happens, etc. Look, you brought about the fact of ISRO, but I think if you actually were to extend the argument and actually look at our defense personnel, forget inventing people things. They are putting their lives on the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So, see what happens here. Maybe they joined because they needed a job. And many people do, especially I'm talking about soldiers, etc. Right? I mean, they join for the sake of a job. What happens to them over a period of time? I think over a period of time, they get so aligned to their purpose, and their purpose is, they want to defend the country, etc. So everything else doesn't matter. So it's not therefore, I believe it could be a starting point. It could be a aspect of EVP, but it is not. So there's no better example of talking about purpose as an EVP than perhaps what defense does or even what medical staff do. Right?
I'm somewhat skeptical about employee engagement studies or surveys and their role in arriving at EVPs. Skeptical because, first of all, there's a debate between happiness and engagement, and all kinds of esoteric thoughts are going around in the HR fraternity. Second is, if engagement studies or surveys are done as a ritual, and the surveys are done, but the post-survey follow-up is poor, very little happens. Any comments on that, Ravi? And then we'll go to Cham.
Well, once I read, I'll start with this. Okay, once I read a statement somewhere, Yogi, which said, when you do a survey, you get response to the question you asked. When you engage with people, you hear what's on their mind. Right? Yeah. Now, having said that, when you have a large organization, right, you cannot talk to everybody. So I think a survey is a great starting point for us to get a sense of which way the wind is blowing. But like you said, it has to have a lot of follow-up. And there have been today, technology, I think, allows us to do that. Instead of an annual survey, there's an opportunity to be in touch with employees. And there are many such options that have come in. When you have a large organization, I think certainly it's a good thing to look at because it aggregates. But unless you get deeper and try and explore things beyond it, it just remains as a number.
And Chami, your perspectives?
So, okay, I think similar response that I will want to give. You typically do surveys to understand what people are thinking and feeling in the organization. And the top level metric is somewhere, if you're stopping at that to give you an indication that, okay, this is the number at which where engagement levels are, and this is what we were aspiring to move to, but we haven't. And these are our top 3 things, enablers, and 3 things that are not letting us reach the number that we wanted to reach. I think we'll not be able to kind of derive value out of the survey that we have done. I think it always needs to be complemented with a little more deep dive to understand reasons, because there are very layered reasons to the responses that people would give you. And they will want to contextualize the responses that they would have given you in a particular survey when you dissect the data more. I think it's important that how do we study the data, and as Mr. Ravindra Kumar pointed out, it's a good starting point to give you a first level information at where we are directionally moving. But if you want to kind of act on it, it's important that we kind of complement it with more deep dive discussions with focus groups or interviews with targeted segment of people to understand what are the reasons, what are the things that are working in our favor in terms of the way we had thought of our EVP and whether it's working, and what are the new things that we should start looking at.
My last question before we turn it over to the host and the audience. When you develop a EVP for your organization, should it be based on demographics? For example, for people who are post 50, post 40, post 30, would you have different EVPs? Do you think really the intergenerational differences are huge, or my personal belief is it's exaggerated, but I'll reserve that comment. The second is, should it be developed around roles? For example, R&D people or design people may be turned on with certain type of EVPs. People who are, let's say, in some other area of the organization are turned on with something else. How should the EVP develop with respect to demographics and in terms of roles? You want to go, Ravi?
Sure, Yogi. Look, just in an organization, there's an overarching culture and there are subcultures, and then culture also becomes a continuum, right? I think there will be some, if you are heading towards a direction, there will be certain organizations or certain parts of the organization which already more toward there, and then some are, catching up, right? I'll give an example, and I think it also happens because of perhaps of the structure and how things work. I've usually found a manufacturing site is a little more hierarchical than a sales organization, right? So I'm just giving an example. So there is a continuum. It is not one place, right? So I will use that analogy to come back to EVP. So, but at overall, companies work towards a certain culture, but they get influenced by many other things. So I believe in the question of EVP also, right? You will probably have an overarching EVP that you do. But after that, so let me give an example, and I pick actually an easy one. So among diversity, we look at gender as a diversity. So there may be a need to do something specifically for women employees, right? Because of various reasons. Now, while we work towards equality, but there are something that you need to help in order to achieve that or accelerate that. So one is that age-wise also, yes, there could be a reason of something. So I'll give an example and then I'll stop here. How does it translate into practices, right? So I'll give an example. Look, we encourage employees to move locations, but we are also very conscious about the fact in Indian society where so much hinges on education, if the child is in, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, that period, no family wants to move and disturb the children. So we looked at it and we found that this is an ongoing challenge. So what have we done is we have a policy which is called a double establishment policy. If your child is in this class and we transfer you, we actually give you 2 HRAs. So you can move, but your family can stay and then you can travel back and forth and meet them. And some employees choose to take that. Now, this is a policy done specifically because we recognize that at a certain stage in your life, this becomes important. Now, is it a EVP policy? I don't know. I wouldn't call it an I think our EVPs, we try to be sensitive to the needs of the employee. So when we looked at it demographically, we said, okay, we need to do something here because job is a part of life. We need to support it. So yes, overarching policy, but then we may need to do something for some segments.
Very useful. Chami?
Yogi, I think it is important. And I think largely the trend, even in organizations now, is to look at how do we customize our offerings to different talent segments in the organization. And when I say that, the talent segment could be based on your demographic, could be the stage of their career, could be roles or functions. It is important because with an EVP, what we're trying to do is to, and as we said, employee preferences are going to be different and employee expectations are going to be different. We're trying to give a proposition that will be applicable to people across. And for that to be relevant to that particular segment, there is a need for us to customize it to make it more attractive for people to come in. So organizations are moving towards having the broader theme around what are the themes that will be part of my EVP, but how do we communicate and customize it to make it more relevant to every segment of the talent is going to be challenging, but will be the need of the hour to make it relevant. Now, for example, I will talk about an experience that we underwent when the organization that I was working in media. We are traditionally a broadcast medium organization, but when the entire shift happened in the media industry, where we were starting to move from broadcast medium to more digital content and available of content on your mobile phones, the kind of talent that we started attracting was completely different. We had people who were developing tech products for us and a large R&D and tech team. The offering that we had in terms of our EVP, whether it's compensation or experiences, was completely different for people who were in our content marketing and sales team as compared to our tech talent. tech talent that time anyway was going through a different challenge. The market had gone crazy when it comes to attracting tech talent. The compensations were always 100% above in terms of offers. But that was not the case with the other set of the organization. So we had to accept that this is going to be different if we have to start attracting the talent that we need in the organization. So I think it will need to be customized. Though we have the larger themes, but the communication and customization of what elements and how do we make it more relevant for the segment will need to happen.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you. Supriya, are you there? Yeah, Supriya, over to you. Maybe you would like to navigate the discussion around Q&A now.
Thank you very much for this discussion. As always, Yogi sir, you've been a very good moderator and facilitator here. And while we are awaiting, we request the audience to post their questions on the chat, or you can raise your hand. We can unmute you. Okay, so while we await for audience questions, Yogi sir, would you like to conclude? Would you like to present your concluding remark?
Well, I can summarize, because if I conclude, then there'll be no Q&A. So, well, all I can say is that this has been a very rich conversation. It's had a three-dimensional perspectives are there in this conversation. One dimension is from the brick and mortar part. I'll join Ravi in belonging to that part, since I'm currently working in L&T and I'm in the premises of the brick and mortar part. Then we have Chami from the startup, and we've had Ashwini from one of the world's largest hydrocarbon companies. Perspectives are very interesting because they talk about, I mean, the questions that I put was about how an EVP evolves, which each of them talked about in their respective organizations. They also batted on the question of, with the non-conventional way that NEP is looking at education and how one can offer alternative kind of, careers and streams. And Ravi talked about how in Tata Motors it evolved with the fast track scheme some years back. So all in all, it was very, very interesting. And thank you, Chami, for being so honest about your answer on the ISRO one. I didn't expect everybody to answer every question and everybody to have a perspective on all. But wonderful, and at least I benefited a lot, and I'm sure the audience did. So maybe we now take a deep breath and ask the audience once more whether they have any questions. And after that, we'll break for lunch and let our panelists go.
Can I?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yogi, this is a little simple question, I would say, but that in this fast-changing world, where typically people work for 3 to 5 years in an organization or in a function, should companies bother to kind of develop EVP at all? Because it may not be relevant. The things are changing so fast. So what is the point in developing? Why don't we be just agile on our feet and kind of concoct something and make it work? Or if it doesn't work, modify it, go along with the stream and so on. Because EVPs, to me, seems to be an idea that belongs to very stable era where people work for Tata Motors, or in my case, like Godrej, for 30, 50 years, and we told them what experience you will get, and at 5 years, 10 years, you will be GM or not, etc.
Good one. Go for it, panelists.
So
please.
in today's time, nobody's bothered about designation. They want to do the work that will build their CV. And as long as you offer them the work that will help them their CV, will be soon outdated, so they move somewhere else and things like that. So why bother about having an EVP?
So if I may answer that, I think crafting an EVP and communicating an EVP is one part of it. But the more important part is how do you translate that into an employee experience? And when you talk about employee experience, it will actually range across things that we've mentioned in the EVP, whether it's compensation or it's about people experiencing connection, feeling of belongingness, being feeling that you're being valued and cared. All of this to be created as an experience for an employee, I think it's important. It's not only a prerogative of the HR team or the leadership team to ensure that these are kind of put into an employee experience, but the baton is now in the hands of every manager and also every co-worker to give that experience to the person. And unless you somewhere think and draft it, or at least start talking about it within the organization, we will not be able to create those experiences. There will not be any effort around creating those experiences in the organization, because now the entire organization is on that mission to give good experiences to people, to kind of make them work for us, talk good things about us, and kind of engage and give that discretionary effort in the organization. So that's
And
what
even
I feel.
and even if they leave, Charmi, they go as good ambassadors.
Absolutely. So I think if
So you are saying
effort has
that
gone in drafting it.
So you are
Sorry.
saying that you draft it as some sort of broad guideline, keep it with you, don't
Yes.
share with everybody, educate managers as to how they should bring it alive in daily life, which will essentially mean that you care for an employee and help him have very enriching experience at work, and he progresses a personal growth and good salary, etc. So it is lived by rather, and it is more unspoken sort of things rather than kind of a contract signed that we'll do this, that, and the other for you. Am I right in interpreting it that way?
Absolutely. And even the leadership
So,
showing the commitment
Yogi,
that
why
we
I'm
will want to
pushing
deliver
this,
this.
I'm pushing the point. Yogi, I'm pushing the point that finally we have got to get managers little more educated about HR and not depend too much on HR to do their work. The proposition that I started early in the morning, because finally this stuff can be drafted out, and we have to then make sure that the managers deliver it, because finally they're not coming to HR for the daily experience, but how the manager whom they're reporting to make this entire proposition live. That's going to matter, and that's what the role of HR would be, to support the manager, educate him, make him understand why it is important, and so on.
Let's
Yogi,
hear
may I-
Ravi's perspective,
Yeah.
of course.
So, look, whether you're going to,
Second.
whether you,
1 second, I'll just open the door.
Meanwhile, I can
he,
see.
he doesn't want to miss what you're saying, Ravi. Please bear with
yeah,
me.
no, I will wait, no problem.
Meanwhile, I think we also have a question from Mr. Kiran Yadav.
Sorry, I had to open the door. Somebody was waiting.
No challenge. Look, I think you raised an interesting question, but my perspective on this is, even if people are going to have shorter tenures, you still need to attract talent. And therein, I believe, an employee value proposition also is closely connected to an employer brand. So who's going to apply to you even to come and work with you for 3 years, right? Second, I also believe when you talk about employee value proposition, you talk about employee experiences. So your tenure, what you're expecting 3 years can actually become 3 days, because people will go leave in 3 days if you don't give them a good experience, which is also seeped into your employee value proposition. And your comment about HR, look, I think there's an increasing realization that HR is a curator of culture. HR can be a curator of your employer brand, of employee value proposition, but it does come into life with the manager. But at the same time, you as a function, we can't wash off our hands, right? So how do you make sure that your managers are aware of this? How do you equip your managers to be functioning as good managers? So I think therein our role comes in again. So curator is not just putting it on a slide and making it a policy, but what all do you do to bring it alive? That's my perspective on your question.
Thank you.
Looks like there are no more questions. Looks like there are no more questions, Supriya, am I right?
Do we have one more question?
Good. Can you call it out?
Yeah, Mr. Kiran Yadav.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. A very rich and engaging discussion. I just have a brief question on the new education policy is drafted to become more liberal and holistic in terms of developing careers and engagement, post-education. Considering the fact that, the HRs are looking at prospective employment with employee value proposition. Do you think this can be blended into the drafting of the policy and working with educational institutions and let's say an organization like BMA? Do you foresee any role that can be jointly undertaken between the organizations and BMA to actually make this happen? Because drafts remain on paper as policy, but to actually implement it, I think the initiative has to come from the industry. So I just wanted your...
So can I just translate that into a couple of sentences with your permission, Kiranji?
Sure, please go ahead.
What he's saying is that the NEP uses phrases which are a little mysterious, like transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary. Now, what these mean for a company on the ground is something that is very important to understand. And if BMA can act as a bridge between the organization needs and what the NEP drafters or implementers would do, it will become the industry academia cooperation will become much more real. I think that's what you mean.
Are there any suggestions on the way forward?
Look, the NEP actually, while it's setting a direction, I also believe one of the things doing is giving a lot of freedom to curate courses, right? And while industry and academia have partnered, especially in the context of the recent changes, just what's happening before the NEP also, the pace of change, there is far more cooperation that I see between academia and industry. So in terms of combinations that can be offered, right? So I will take an example, right? Economics studied along with mathematics or analytics or statistics is a fantastic skill set. Earlier, our degrees were, 3 years. Now it also becomes a 4-year degree. So the opportunity I see there is that if the academia industry are able to work on what could be the combinations which will give the right skills and equip people to come into the workforce, point number one. Second, with 4-year degrees, one of the things about post-graduation in India, I believe, is also it has been a way of postponing unemployment, right? Therefore, if people who get graduate, now it's 4 years instead of 3, they also come up with the right combination. I think there'll be a lot more workforce available for employment just right after graduation, and they will not have to go for post-graduation. So post-graduation may be really people who want to do that bit of specialization. So I believe the opportunities are tremendous, with more freedom being given to private institutions. I'm not saying government institutions are not as open, but private institutions are faster. I believe there's a good opportunity for industry and academia to work together.
4 years bachelor can go straight for PhD if you've done research in the 4th year.
That's true. And also they can come into employment far more seeped into the knowledge with this combination.
Shami, you have anything to comment on this?
I think the association will also help in making and the organization playing part in executing or imparting the education itself. I think associations like this, if they come into the picture, how do industry start contributing to the education very early on for students and learners? I think that will become more relevant with this partnership. So I think it's a brilliant idea, and thought needs to be put in this direction if this partnership can be worked out, where industry can contribute in making something as big as NEP, which is going to be changing the entire education policy and the execution around it.
Can I give you my 2 cents, Kiranji? Number one, I think if one is starting exams like this QET, with the University of Delhi is doing in order to beat grade inflation of colleges like my old college, SRCC, where the admission cutoff is 100%. I would never get an admission now there. Is something that industry could definitely comment on in terms of quality standards and so on. Because now the 12th standard marks are going to become completely irrelevant, especially where QET has started. And Mr. Jagdish Kumar, who's the chairman of the new HIC or the UGC combined with AICTE is talking about that spreading to other universities. That's one. Second is, I think these, which the honorable speakers have alluded to, decoding these terms like multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary in more concrete terms. I think Mr. Kasturi Rangan or Dr. Kasturi Rangan, Chairman ISRO, has done a fantastic job in chairing this committee. But some of these are terms which are left, which need to be decoded, in real life, what do they mean? So that 60-page document needs to come alive with HR folks, actually, particularly. The third is the whole thing about ABC, the Academic Bank of Credits, which one can carry from one university to another or one college to another. What does it mean for intakes? Because companies like Tata Motors, and Ravi can contradict me, and L&T are very particular about a steady kind of academic record with no ATKTs. We call it here ATKTs for GETs. Some of these more traditional companies are very particular about academic standards, and for good reason. So how do they deal with this academic bank of credits? If somebody drops a year, if somebody takes another year, it's all something to be thought about. So that is where the industry and academia can come together. Unfortunately, there's a big chasm even now. With that, I think I'll hand over to the host, Supriya, and thank you very much, our honorable panelists, Charmi and Ravi, and unfortunately, Ashwini had to go, but I will thank him personally on the phone. It was a brilliant conversation. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you once again. And we would like to present our token of appreciation, but we will parcel it because we are on a virtual platform. And thanks once again to all the panelists and Yogi sir. As a facilitator, you've done an excellent job. Thanks. Also, before we break, we have the lunch break. I'd like to announce that our next session starts at 1:45. So since all the discussions that we've been witnessing since morning, we've explored the purpose of work and crafting the new value proposition for employees. But ultimately, we want to also explore today is the changing mindset, and we want to understand the new age employee better. Our next panel is at 1:45 p.m. and it'll wake you up to the mindset of the new age employee, and no post-lunch siesta today. And one good thing about this upcoming session is that the speakers are from very different backgrounds. So we have an excellent mix. We have Mr. Animesh Kumar, who heads HR for a very large entertainment business, Z. We have Siddharth, who runs an innovative digital marketing firm, Ethanos. And we have Mr. Vijay Raghavan from Zing HR, which specializes in people and growth. The session is going to be chaired by Vaijayanti Nair. She's a senior HR professional who heads wholesale banking, HR, and D&I for a very large financial services organization, Axis Bank. So we're looking forward to have that panel discussion at 1:45, and I request the audience to be back in time. Have a good lunch break and see you soon.
And you stuck to Rolex or Omega time. It's 1300 hours. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, thanks.
Bye, guys. Bye.
When I first walked into IMT Nagpur, I was absolutely mesmerized by the lush green forest that surrounds the campus.
Established in the year 2004, the Institute of Management Technology Nagpur is India's premier MBA-accredited management school with a vision to contribute to the development of business and society through excellence in grooming leadership, entrepreneurial talent, and research.
I am very proud to say that we are one of the institute which got 5-year MBA accreditation. We also have our program with AIU equivalence. Presently, we are working on AACSB accreditation.
Located on a sprawling campus of 27 acres, IMT Nagpur provides world-class infrastructure that embraces the academic vitality of this institution.
The sun rises with beautiful birds chirping around and sets with a new learning experience. Every day in IMT is a different day and adds more and more value to your life.
Various forums in marketing, finance, HR, and information technology do organize numerous workshops and contests as an integral part of IMT Nagpur's academia, and students are encouraged to learn from their own practical day-to-day activities, which contributes to the well-being of the campus and the society as a whole.
There are various committees and forums in IMT Nagpur. To name a few, there are the Corporate Interaction Committee, MARC, the Marketing Forum, and Finaholics, the Finance Forum. I personally am a part of the Corporate Interaction Committee. The Corporate Interaction Committee acts as a bridge between the student managers and the corporates.
Events such as Pantheon, the annual Entrepreneurship Summit, and Drishtikon, a CXO conclave, are instrumental in drawing the industry's experience in working with organizations worldwide, and it achieves IMT's constant endeavor to foster student-corporate interaction.
I'm part of IMT MUN, which stands for Model United Nation. Basically, it conducts a 2-day-long event which has a lot of conferences, and at the end, it is followed by a ball dance and a gala dinner.
IMT Nagpur has enjoyed a healthy and steadily improving placement record since its inception.
The Placement Committee at IMT Nagpur organizes various pre-placement activities before the start of placement season. These pre-placement activities include mock GDPIs, personal mock interviews, guest sessions, and LinkedIn and interview sessions.
The institute boasts of a good placement record comparable to the top B schools in the country.
we have companies from different domains and sectors like IT, maybe it's BFSI or it's healthcare or pharmaceutical, because we have students from all the different backgrounds.
The range of profiles offered by the companies is a testimony to the trust reposed in IMT Nagpur by them. With a heritage of almost 2 decades as a premier B school, more than tens of thousands of alumni across the globe, IMT takes great pride in its alumni achievements.
I am the member of ALCOM, which is the Alumni Committee of IMT Nagpur. The flagship event of this committee is Melange. The idea of Melange is to bridge the gap between the alumni and the current student managers at IMT Nagpur.
In a rapidly changing business world, IMT Nagpur has been successfully reinventing itself by undergoing continuous transformation with the pace of time.
The best takeaway for the students from IMT Nagpur in the 2 years experience that they have here is effective decision making coming from the faculty who teaches them to maintain a perfect balance of theory and the practical world to give effective decision making in the corporates.
IMT Nagpur is proud of its intellectual resources, experiential learning, innovative and critical thinking.
The world-class facilities, the curriculum and the pedagogy at IMT Nagpur reinforce its effort to create globally responsible leaders who are capable of creating new hallmarks in the world of business, economy and society. We welcome you to lead the future with IMT Nagpur.
Imagine ourselves 400 years ago. They had about a 15% literacy rate. And I suspect that if you were to talk to someone who could read back then and ask them what percentage of the population do you think is capable of reading, they might have said, well, maybe 20%, 25%. Now you fast forward 400 years, we know that that's a wildly pessimistic prediction or assumption, that it's actually 99.99% of the population is capable of reading. Well, what similar blinders do we have on today? So I'm excited to have Carol Dweck here, one of my personal heroes and who's strongly influenced a lot of the work at Khan Academy. Carol, great to have you here.
Pleasure to be here, Sal.
So what I'd like to start off with, this word growth mindset, which I believe you came up with.
Mm-hmm.
When did you come up with that? What was the motivation and what is it?
A growth mindset is when students believe that their abilities can be developed. A fixed mindset is when they think, I just have a certain amount and that's it.
And this isn't just kind of feel-good talk. This is actually based in science, that you actually, the brain actually does grow stronger. Neural connections actually do form when you struggle.
In study after study, we have shown that kids who have a growth mindset get higher grades. It's not a choice between the outcome and the mindset. It shows that if kids engage deeply and effectively in a learning process, the grades and test scores are a natural byproduct. Kids who are praised for their intelligence, our research shows, don't want a challenge afterwards. They don't want to work hard on something, and if they hit difficulty, that's it. We find that when we praise or parents praise the process the child engages in, their hard work, but not just hard work, their strategies, their ideas, their focus, their perseverance, then the student learns these are the ingredients of success. If it gets harder, I'll just do these things. We've already done work with you of inserting growth mindset statements before math problems. And we found together that kids did better.
So one thing that I hope is the folks listening to these videos go out there and tell their parents, tell their children, tell their peers, tell their teachers, tell their students about growth mindset. Tell them that their brain grows when they get a question wrong, when they struggle, when they look at their errors and they say, hey, that's interesting. You shouldn't be ashamed of your mistake. You should view that as something that's interesting, something to explore. And when you do that, you will actually physically form neural connections. Your brain will actually grow.
Social norms are basically rules for behavior, and we follow them constantly from the moment we get up to the moment we go to sleep, right? That's what we've done as humans. We create rules that we can follow so we can coordinate. It's the glue that keeps us together. That glue is stronger in certain cultures, whether they're nations, states, organizations, and the glue is weaker in other contexts. And it's what I call tightness and looseness. Tight cultures have many strong rules and strict punishments for behavior. Loose cultures have much more tolerance, they have weaker norms, and they're much more permissive. But loose cultures corner the market on openness. It's the loose cultures that are much more tolerant of different types of people, whether they're different races, different religions, immigrants, people who have stigma. Loose cultures have a lot more creativity, they come up with better ideas, and they're more open to change. Tight cultures struggle with these kinds of differences, and they tend to be more closed-minded. So you can see this is a trade-off. Each has its advantages. Neither has the corner on any particular market. They have very serious strengths in different criteria. Think about your own organization that you work in and how tight or loose it is and why it might be the case. Just like nations, tight organizations tend to face more threat and they need more coordination. Think airlines, think the military, nuclear power plants. Or they might face a lot of public accountability, like accountants or banks. These organizations vary very dramatically in the people that are attracted to them, the kinds of practices that we constantly are engaged with, and the leaders that are driving their ships. And they have practices that are more formal, focus on efficiency and structure. And they have leaders that tend to be more autonomous, that are making a lot of the decisions. Contrast that to the people, practices, and leaders in loose organizations that are diametrically different. Those organizations tend to attract people who have the personality characteristic we call openness, open to different ideas, open to risk. They also have practices that have far more discretion and are less structured, maybe sometimes quasi-disorganized. And they have leaders that are more collaborative and visionary, like startups and tech, design, advertising. They tend to occupy environments where there's a lot of diversity and mobility and less threat. And they're places where there's fewer rules to abide by. At this point, you're probably wondering, which is better, tight or loose? Should we maximize freedom or looseness? Or should we maximize rules or constraint? What if the answer was neither? That actually groups might need to veer tight or loose for good reasons, like we've talked about. But what I found is that groups that get too extreme, that you become too tight or too loose, face a lot of problems. The best leaders in organizations are ambidextrous when it comes to tight and loose. They know when to deploy tightness, they know when to deploy looseness. Innovation requires both. It requires looseness to generate a lot of great ideas, but it also requires tightness to help implement those ideas. So we need as leaders to learn how to be ambidextrous.
super question. We've done a lot of research on this, and we've got data from 90,000 people over 30 years. And the term that we use, they call it HR business partner, commercial lead. We've called it strategic positioner. And we have found 4 things that that HR person needs to know in order to participate fully at the management level. 1, they've got to know the language of business. I think sometimes HR people come out of a sociology or psychology background and they're afraid. What's our cost of capital? What's our net present value? What's our EBITDA? And so my coaching and counsel to an HR person is go learn 20 words. It's not having to get a PhD in accounting or finance. Look at the business and see what language they use. And if you don't understand the language, net present value, sit down with someone and say, what is this? How is it calculated? How is it used? Language of the business is a table stake. I come out of a degree in English and a PhD in organization theory, and I've been able to learn business language. I'm not a chief financial officer, but I can have a discussion about the language of business. Number 2, know how your company makes money. If there's a roadmap, we take in 100, whatever unit, euros, dollars, pounds, lira. There are no more lira. Euros, dollars, pounds. I just dated myself. Drum. What do we do that makes money at the end of the day? What do we do that makes money? How do we make money in this business? And know that money chain. Number 3, know my stakeholders. Competitors, how do we differentiate? Customers, what do they want? Suppliers, how do we network with them? Investors, how do we serve them? Government agencies and regulation. Language of business, how do we make money? Know my stakeholders so I can engage in a business dialogue. And number 4 is a little broader. Know the evolving context of my industry. What's going to happen in my industry with technology? Work 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, whatever 0.0 you want is changing. What's going to happen with technology, with demographics, with people? How do I get ahead of some of that? Can I see the context? So those are the 4 very concrete things we say to the HR person, so that when you go to that business discussion, and by the way, I argue, in fact, I just got into a major argument with someone on LinkedIn in the last 48 hours who said, HR should be commercial. That's the future of HR. And my comment was, that's the 1990s. We had that debate. Get to the table. Frankly, I'm going to be fairly aggressive here. If you in HR don't know how to get to the table, get out, because the opportunities are so real. With CEOs like Salesforce, and I have not read the book, in the US, the Business Roundtable just published a document last fall, Profits and People. They know that talent, leadership, and organization are central. They want HR at the table. And if you're not able to get there, there's something deeper going on. I've said to folks, if you can't get to the table today in HR, go work in finance. And that's a joke. But those are the 4 levers: knowing the language of business, how we make money, stakeholders, and context.
Hello. Hi, Vijanti.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Long time.
Well, thanks for joining.
Of course, my pleasure.
We have other speakers as well. I think they logged in, but they'll be back again. So here we have Rajesh, sir.
Okay. Hi, Rajesh.
Good afternoon. Hi. Good to see you.
Yeah, you know, I've been having, as always, some tech problems. You know, whenever there's an event, kuch na kuch hona hai. Waise thoda hua, but it's all settled now. I couldn't install the background because this is an office.
Doesn't matter.
Office machine doesn't allow for doing that, so I couldn't.
In fact, we also had a problem while operating it sometime.
Huh.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Siddharth is also here. Good afternoon,
Yeah.
Siddharth.
Hi, Siddharth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining. And we have Animesh as well. Hi, Animesh.
Hi, good afternoon, Supriya.
Good afternoon. Great. So our panel is already here. There's Jayanti, Siddharth, Animesh, and I think we have. We're waiting for Vijay Raghavan. And we do have some time before we officially get started, because the time that we have given to the audience is 1:45.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for them, let me just assure you about one thing, that whatever discussions we have, we want you to have a discussion with an open mind, because we will not be posting this content online without your permission and without your reviews. So let's have an honest panel discussion, so that there is a real takeaway value for the audience here.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Animesh, you have an interesting background. Is that a...
So that's the snapshot of the office, Vajanti.
Okay.
And we, for all external things, kind of have a norm that you always use an office background.
Okay.
So that the brand is captured and represented in that sense.
All right, got that.
Vajanti, I and Supriya were joking that this panel should have the superpowers to keep everyone awake after lunch.
It's a very all the panelists are from a very diverse background.
Yeah.
So that is definitely going to make it very interesting.
And I think Vajanti promised to stir up some controversy, so I think I'm looking forward to that.
That is good. That is really good. Some controversy that will add the zing.
Yeah.
The morning, in fact, we had a very, very nice discussion post the keynote speech by Mr. Shiv Kumar. And there was a very good discussion with the audience. Of course, there are different viewpoints, and that's where it all got spiced up. But it was nice. So hoping for that too. Vajanti.
Yeah. So I'll see what I can do to, stir the pot, they say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see we have Vijay Raghavan. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Same here. So Vijay, we have others on the panel. We have Vajanti, who will be facilitating the session, and we have Siddharth and Animesh as well. And I think in next 2 minutes we will start.
Sure.
You can take 4 minutes too.
Yeah, officially we can. 1:45. True.
Yeah.
Just eager to get started.
Rajesh, you are back from lunch. You're on mute. You're on mute, Rajesh. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I'm saying I was there, but I was logged in from my computer, and camera has some problem there, so I could not. Hi, everybody. This is Rajesh Sharma.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Mr. Sharma is the current president of Bombay Management Association. Some of you have not interacted, so I'm just mentioning that.
Yeah, I've been sending emails, so we have not interacted. That's all. But thank you very much for joining, and good to have all of you on this panel discussion. As Supriya was just mentioning, that we had a very nice and very, the start was very fiery. Discussion was on different topics.
It was fiery because the role of HR was being discussed with a lot of HR people. So
I remember in our business meetings also, whenever the HR session used to come in the board presentation, it used to be always, very, very high pitched.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Because everybody tries to jump in, into that.
See, because it's a topic on which everybody has a point of view, because everybody has some experience around people. So, and that's really the challenge. I think in HR, we are always balancing, always managing inconsistencies, always trying, whilst we're trying to do the right thing, of course, but yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking for some more elaborate fireworks.
Great. I think we can get started. It's 1:45, and so welcome everyone. Post lunch, we are here with our third session for the day, with global trends like work from home or the hybrid model of work. Comes along certain worries such as productivity paranoia from the employer side. And our next panel discussion is just about that. It's about the new age employee mindset. For that, we have invited some very interesting speakers from different backgrounds. And I would like to start with the introduction of the facilitator, the speaker and the facilitator of this session. This is Vajanti Nair. She is the Senior VP and Head, Wholesale Banking, HR and Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at Axis Bank. Vajanti is a seasoned HR professional. She has a passion for change management and capability development, building cultures for sustainable businesses and coaching for success. In her present role at Axis Bank, she leads the change and culture agenda for the wholesale banking business and champions the diversity, equity and inclusion agenda for the bank. In her previous stints, she has held leadership positions across a spectrum of organizations in the BFSI sector like ICICI Group, BNP Paribas, HDFC General Insurance JV, etc. She has handled multiple roles and worked across matrix organizations as a CHRO. So welcome, Vajanti. Thank you very much for being here. You are a part of the BMA team also, and you are a part of this event also. So it makes it double special to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So our next, I'd like to introduce our next panelist, which is Mr. Vijay Raghavan. He's the Managing Partner, People and Growth at Zinc HR. Vijay has over 2 decades of experience across industries like healthcare, biotech, and IT, to name a few. He has held senior leadership positions in companies like Nolscape and Manipal Education and Medical Group, and worked with clients across India, USA, APAC, and Sri Lanka. He's a specialist in new market entry, international relations, and cross-culture domains. So welcome, Vijay. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel.
Thank you so much, Supriya. Of course, I was not the original choice. It was my MD. And somehow I managed the title of managing partner the last 1 week. And I hope I won't disappoint all of you.
No. I'm sure it'll be an interesting one. Great. And our next panelist is Siddharth Hegde. He's the founder and managing director of Athenos Digital Marketing. He's a seasoned marketer, entrepreneur, and strategist with a wealth of experience in the industry. In 2010, he founded Athenos Digital Marketing, which has since become one of India's leading independent digital marketing agencies. Prior to founding Athenos, he held senior marketing and sales leadership roles at companies such as Gartner, GE, Genpact, Xerox, and early growth stage companies. Good to have you, Siddharth. And it'll be good to know from the marketing firm perspective. It will be a different perspective. Since morning we've not had that, so I'm looking forward to hearing that.
The other interesting thing we do is we work with a lot of tech and other companies, helping themselves project themselves as a great place to work. So yeah.
Yes, great. And our next panelist is Animesh Kumar. He's the president, HR and transformation at Z Entertainment. Animesh leads the people and transformation agenda for the company and is also responsible for driving the diversity and inclusion, employer brand, and overall organizational change required to enable the Z 4.0 transformation. He has almost 30 years of experience and across various sectors and has led the HR function across large Indian and multinational companies, including Future Group and IDFC Group. It's worth mentioning that under his leadership, Z has emerged as the employer of choice and one of the top 50 workplaces for women in India. So really good to have you here with us, Animesh. Welcome to the group. Great. So I will now hand over the session to Vajanti, and it's all yours.
Okay, thanks, Supriya, and delighted to be here. And this panel is special for me. I think somebody is not on mute. May I request you to, thank you so much. This panel is very special because, I'm an HR person. And sometimes HR tends to, operate in our own little silos, and we hear voices in our own heads. So getting a perspective from different industry, and I've been a BFSI person. So for me, I'm so delighted to be with people who are working across the spectrum. There's somebody from, Vijay is from HR tech, and Siddharth is from digital marketing, and Animesh is now with media. So I'm sure we will have a rich and interesting conversation. I know that this is, classically in training, this is sometimes known as the graveyard session, but I promise that you just all of you grab a cup of coffee and we are in for some kind of a ride. So, we're discussing attitudes, but it is the attitude of the body to kind of droop off after lunch. So we, just like we do many things with intentionality, I request also for your participation, because this is a subject, I think it's evolving. I don't think all of us have all the answers. So your questions will probably also teach us much more, and build new perspectives. So, when I was kind of preparing a bit for this session, and I was thinking to myself that for the last 20 years or so, in all seminars, we always talk about VUCA, right? And we're just talking about it in seminars, and all of a sudden VUCA actually happened to all of us. So it's like, what Ernest Hemingway said in one of his books, that I think it was some character that said it, that, how it happened two ways, gradually and then suddenly. So this whole change really came upon us. And frankly, my view is that it came a bit unannounced and suddenly through the COVID-19 pandemic, and it changed several things about life itself. Forget companies and corporations, right? So this change is actually all-encompassing, and therefore it clearly impacts our attitudes, right? What is mindset? To me, it's really about the attitude. So if I look at, kind of try to dissect this change, I'll just to seg into a conversation with each of our panelists, is that there are 3-4 things actually that are happening in the environment right now. One is, of course, you have a bunch of people who have been economically mobile, who raised their children in a particular way, who are now entering the workforce. You have organizations, that are struggling sometimes with the kind of disruption they are facing. Competition is coming from just about anywhere. I mean, if you look at banking, who would have thought 7-8 years ago that there would be payment disruptors that will challenge traditional banking. Banks have also now suddenly, even institutions like banking have had to embrace hybrid working. So on the organization side, there's a big change. Third is tech itself. I mean, the role of tech, I think, only went up during COVID. And now that you have ChatGPT, I'm sure in our next HR conference, we are going to see a session on this, that how it's going to impact skilling, capability, even schooling. And lastly, of course, the consumer. How can we forget the consumer? Because in several industries, the consumer is equally aware, sometimes even more knowledgeable than the employees who service them. So all of these factors, I think, tend to shape mindsets. A mindset doesn't happen in isolation. Every generation has seen events that shape the mindset. So let's explore this. And, I saw the format in some of the earlier sessions where we jumped straight into Q&A, but the request from my panelists was that, they be given 5 to 7 minutes to really talk about their perspective, because the subject is so huge, right? I mean, and everybody has a very different experience. So from my side, the experience could be that people have a mindset around flexibility. They have a mindset around new experiences, getting challenged continuously, but it could be different for different folks. They have a mindset around well-being today, which was not there earlier. So the way we probably structure it is each one of you go with about 5 to 7 minutes and, highlight your own experience about this. How are you thinking about this entire issue around mindset, what it means to you? How are you experiencing it? And so on and so forth. And after that, of course, I have a bunch of questions. I hope I'm able to challenge you all and we really don't fall into a post-lunch slumber. So may I invite first Vijay, he's from the HR tech space, to talk about, your piece, your perspective around this whole issue about employee mindsets of the new age employee.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity, Vijay. Often I start a discussion with stating a Sanskrit word, but this time I choose to state an African word here, which essentially says Ubuntu. I'm sure I don't know how it is pronounced, but it is U-B-U-N-T-U, Ubuntu. It's an ancient African word which means humanity to others, and is often described as reminding us that I am what I am because of who we all are. I hope we bring this spirit to this HR fraternity. While you did mention about me from a tech space, but I think the more and more I've been as a custodian of HR, what I have realized is that we need to be more human, and we need to actually live that function much more deeper in our day-to-day life. So therefore, with that, there are 3 things that comes to my mind, and which I would like to put it as a question or put it as a discussion point. Number 1 is, while we do talk about a lot of technology, at the same time, what we also need to essentially look at is how is touch versus tech enabling this environment? In the form of tech, are we forgetting touch? So I think that is a question that HR fraternity cannot forget. The second part of it is, and this has come from my experience over the past several years, whenever there has been a layoff, which we have experienced recently, the people who sit at the helm of the things are the people who are never touched. The people who are impacted are the people who are essentially, who are the breadwinners, whose monthly income matters a lot. And we hear a lot about the discussion about moonlighting and all that. Is it something that really should be bothered about? If the organizations start looking beyond market capitalization, can human capitalization be an aspect that human resource should drive? The third element, which I would like to emphasize during our discussion, is well-being. Is it only something which HR needs to talk about, or is the organization that needs to talk about? With that, I would like to open up the discussion here by Jayanti.
Sure, sure. No, thanks for stating that. And in fact, your point on, layoffs, did bring to my mind the very popular video that Ayush Shraddha released. And, this is also the reality, right? I mean, these are events that shape people's attitudes to work. Just like COVID kind of, rewired our relationship with work. That's what maybe happened, rewired our relationships with ourselves. So you're right, can we bring in more humane to the human resources? I think that is what you're trying to say. How do we bring in touch along with tech? So thanks for that. And we will discuss this further, Vijay, but let's go to Siddharth and would love to hear from him.
Thanks, Vajanti. I basically, I think my whole take on this is very simple. I think, what we need to do is try and understand in our respective businesses, in the space that we work in, what is it that your employees want and what is it that the businesses want, and can those two be made to coexist? I mean, very simple, this thing. A lot of us, I've been working for 20 plus years, and we come with the mindset, I know it, I've done this, but times are quite different. What I think about upwards of 85% of the workforce is going to be mix of Gen Z and millennials in the next couple of years. So what we need to do, I think, and I wanted to just talk about a couple of examples of just things I saw, over the last couple of years. We saw one, I think, that interns were becoming significantly older and younger, and I'll explain what I mean by that. We had people in school reach out to us through their parents saying, can they intern? We have never had school kids intern with us, but during the lockdown, we had school kids intern. We also had significantly older people, army officers and others, who were not even young retirees, but in their mid-50s, reach out and say, we feel we are listening. So I think there is this significant hunger to learn, significant hunger, that mindset. That's one. The interesting thing was both of these two groups of people are slightly different from the rest of.
I think there's some network issues that is in.
Sorry, are you not able to hear me?
Yeah, we were not able
lost
to hear
in
you.
between.
Yeah, we did.
My apologies. I was just saying that, both the younger group of interns as well as the old group of interns, brought something very unique to the table.
I'm sorry, I think we are losing you, Siddharth. Could it be because of your,
I'm gonna attempt to speak through this. Is this any better?
No, I don't think, at least I'm not able to hear very well. Maybe if you take out the device, it just might get better.
I did take off the device. Are you able to hear me any better now?
I think this, at least right now, is better.
So I'll shorten what I was saying. I think all I meant to say is that, we have very young interns and very old interns who joined, which was different from the usual. And both of them brought some very unique to the table. The young ones were very quick to adopt technology, and this is school kids who actually came on board and said, we also had, some older people come on board and, suggest a slightly different way of working, so that was quite unique to us. On the other hand, one of the things we saw is that a significant deterioration in the loyalty which people have for organizations. And an example of this is that, we were, a hybrid organization. One of the guys had an IT problem. He sent his laptop to be repaired. And, our IT person wasn't able to log into his laptop. And then he realized that's a laptop of a different company. This guy actually had taken on 2 jobs at the same time when he was working remotely. And the only reason we figured out he's taken on 2 jobs is because the model we issued and that company issued were exactly the same laptops. So I think just from a mindset perspective, People are very hungry for growth, but growth is not restricted to younger people. People are hungry for knowledge. Loyalty is significantly reduced. Millennials are a little more comfortable today and are not open to things like gig work, are relatively more fixed, that a large number of them would like flexibility and those types of things. As younger people or older people are more open to coming into office every day, learning and those types of things. So we are seeing some different stuff.
Okay.
I'll kind of, hand over.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so you did speak about this whole multi-generational differences. And, you know, so one of the questions that we always try to answer, and I remember like many years ago when the millennials were the thing, right? And I would vehemently think that we are no different from the millennials. It's just that we don't express our needs that often, maybe. So yeah, you're right. I mean, companies, large companies, definitely have several generations working together, and maybe there is a confluence of mindsets that can happen. It rubs off on each other. So thanks for that, Siddharth. And Animesh, over to you.
Vaishnavi, thank you, and thank you to Yogi and BMA for the invitation. I think there's a pressing need to talk about the new age mindset and how it's impacting workplaces and workforces. And within that, I think HR has a unique vantage on this conversation. HR as a function, and both as professionals and as a function, we have a unique vantage point on this conversation because we represent three separate cohorts: employees, managers, and leaders. And we represent them to each other. It's not just within themselves. So that provides us a unique vantage point. And keeping in mind, I did hear you say that there were some fiery conversations about the role of HR. So I said I must do a quick sidebar to say that I think in our everyday roles, HR is your unofficial lawyer for all things work and often sometimes non-work. It's a living, breathing sat-nav for how you want to craft your career journey. It's your wellness counselor, your psychologist, and very often your punching bag for a day when your day goes bad. And from a manager or an organizational perspective, we are your mediators, your investigators, your advocate and your brand managers, your strategist and your advisors. I think the closest analogy I would use for HR to go back to the Game of Thrones very popular event was King's Hand, and we often pay the price for it. Like people did in King's Hand. But more seriously, I think we protect and grow and manage the people capital of organizations. And that, therefore, I think gives us this unique vantage point. And I'm not going to spend a lot of detail, but I think it's important to articulate what, in our experience, having now worked for a bit, are some of the characteristics of the new age mindset. And without getting into a full litany of them, let me elucidate three. The first is, I think work is no longer center of plate. I remember when I joined work in 1993, which is now almost 30 years ago, my entire life was built around work. Health, hobbies, friends, family, interests, extracurriculars were all only done when I had time outside of work. And most importantly, my social ecosystem of family and friends and colleagues all supported that choice and decision making. As I've worked with colleagues and younger colleagues today, I realized that they have changed this paradigm. They've overturned it on the head. So work is important, but life is more. And work, therefore, now forms only one part of the entire set of things that you would have on your plate. It is not the center of plate anymore. And therefore, as this shift has happened, we need to rewrite all of the frameworks and paradigms that we've used for managing this. The second is, I think remuneration is table stakes. And work needs to now align with purpose. And the why of what I'm doing and where I work and all of those aspects has become incredibly more important. as society has moved up and individuals, and I think it's important to call out that as a nation, we exist on all points of the economic scale. But for the purposes of this audience, we moved away from the focus on roti kapda makan, and as we scale up on the Maslow hierarchy, purpose has become incredibly more important. And it's evident in, for example, when we go for campus hiring. Some of the best talent is not interested in working anymore. They all want to follow their passion and their dreams and build the next unicorn in the company. So from a generation ago, where the only choices were doctor, engineer, IAS, and MBA, the choices have just exploded. And very often, what we would have considered pastimes are now serious income streams for people going forward. And lastly, as I mentioned, it's the centrality of reputation and the rise of ESG of the organization that is now determining choices of whether you are a preferred employer or not a preferred employer. And organizations need to work overtime to protect and grow their reputation and their investments in ESG. On that one, and I'll leave this as a thought for a later discussion, while this has started, I think reputation and ESG act as, in the classical Herzberg's theory of motivation and demotivation, act as a demotivator. That there is a threshold below which it becomes it creates negative bias. But when you look at, once that threshold is achieved, then other factors of remuneration and other pieces kicking in the way the younger generation or the new age employees making choices and mindsets. So very quickly moving on, and not to sound very old here, but though we are, or at least I am, what is driving this shift in my view is, I think, three big drivers. Technology for sure, and I think we've all heard and said enough about it, so nothing to add. But economic prosperity, and we live in times of incredible abundance. And for anybody who disagrees with me, I would urge you to read Factfulness by Hans Rosling, which lays out in great detail, backed by data, how the world today is a significantly better place than what it was a generation earlier, and definitely compared to earlier as in more ancient times. So there's been a huge shift from a scarcity to an abundant mindset, and that drives a whole set of changes. And lastly, there's the whole sociological the sociological changes are very complex, but it's resulting in greater individualization, or moving away, loosening of tradition, greater empowerment for various disadvantaged groups, and most importantly, individual, collective, and planetary well-being being front and center in the way we make choices, become a key part of our social narrative. So how do we prepare? What do organizations do to solve for this? And how do we deal with this new age mindset? I think there could be a very long list of things that we do, but I wanted to focus on three things which we are doing at Z to enable us to kind of manage this entire conundrum. One is we're moving from managing performance to managing contribution. And I want to spend a minute on defining what the difference between performance and contribution. It's quite simple, honestly. Performance is really about measuring whether you delivered against a set of what you said you will do at some point in time. The beginning of the year, you say you will do this, and then you measure yourself against that. But what it doesn't capture is, are you focused on measuring outcomes? Or are you focused on measuring effort? The reason why we are focused and we are moving, we haven't been successful in all situations, but we are increasingly focused on measuring outcomes, is it then addresses the whole issue of where do I work from? Because the more you move to measuring outcomes, the lesser you're worried about this whole hybrid, office, remote, and addressing that challenge. The second that we're doing is focusing on building capacity and capability. at all points in the organization, but more specifically at the front line. Because our managers have been wholly unprepared, and I think you used that term, Majanti, beautifully, to quote Hemingway, that changes happen gradually and then suddenly. And that suddenness of shift has left us woefully underprepared for managing this new age mindset and this new age employees. The only way to solve that is by investing intensively in capacity enhancement and capacity building. And the last one is really to move from a principle of equal to equitable in everything that we do, from designing the organization employee interface. Because workforces are becoming more and more diverse. There are multiple cohorts within the workforce. There's the whole older and younger workforce. Siddharth spoke about how interns are getting both younger and older. There is workforces that are now remote and in office. There is the whole gender divide. There is the disability issue. So how do we create mechanisms that are designed to address the needs of each of these cohorts and therefore personalizing it? So the principle of equitable rather than the principle of equal, because one size does not fit all. I want to end by leaving two thoughts on the table for a discussion, which is, how does HR address this? I think the first is we need to go back to our roots and invest significantly more in building our conceptual frameworks on human behavioral psychology. I think in the last 30 years, I've seen some amount of erosion in that entire space, where our credentials and our anchors of human organizational behavioral psychology have been eroded, and we need to go back and reinvest there. And the second is just HR professionals need to be significantly more comfortable with in understanding, but not just understanding, in incorporating technology in designing the new organization. Let me stop there and hand it back to you, Vajanti.
Okay. Thanks so much, Animesh. I can see the passion when you speak, and you've of course highlighted several different, what is really disrupting the mindset shift that's happening. And I'm actually, I like a word that I read, there's a book by the name Workquake by Steve Cadigan. And I think that's quite apt, because indeed there is a significant shift. So, two of the things that you said, like people today say, I'm not who I do, I'm not only who I, what I do. So that clearly is a shift. I think, Siddharth also spoke about that. And second is, this whole thing about my work and my life. And okay, I think work-life balance, this word also perhaps now needs to change, isn't it? But maybe it's not even work-life integration. I've had young people who say work is work, ma'am. No calling me after Friday, 7 p.m. If you can't organize yourself, it's too bad for you. So these are the things that happen. I don't think I would have ever had the courage to say something like that. So I have actually a question for you, Siddharth, and because, you run a digital marketing company, and, all organizations are in it to make money for the investors, for the employees, for everybody. Are there specific productivity challenges that you encounter when you see, this new age mindset where I'm not just about what I do, right? It's about loyalty being questioned. People are looking at shorter tenures. So what's your take on that? How do you handle this?
I think so. I agree with you 100%. People's identities is no longer wrapped up around where they work. They are significantly beyond that. What we found is, like you said, we're a digital marketing company. A lot of people will come to us, meaning clients will reach out to us almost every single weekend. And, when the teams who support them don't respond, they escalate to people, and then those people may escalate to me. What we found is, just as a workaround, something simple, if you sensitize people to it, if you come to them last second with no sensitization, they're like, why the hell are you reaching out to me? But if you, on day one, tell them, occasionally there will be these outreaches on the weekend. This weekend is expected to be one of them. Please keep yourself available. And it's just going to happen occasionally. I think it's not that the younger audience is not open to working weekends and they're not sensitive to client requirements. I think it's just how we handle those requests. I think a lot of managers will put those requests nicely. A lot of managers are very arbit and last second and will not put it nicely. And those are the ones who will get up, hang on, I'm not doing this. On the other hand, if you tell somebody it's Valentine's Day, there's a big campaign breaking on Sunday, you need to do this, they're all open to it. I mean, they all understand. Most of them are very smart kids. I mean, so I think it's more about how we handle the communication. Do we spend time sensitizing if there is a certain behavior which is needed in our organizations? Meaning, if you're retail, if you're caregivers, if you're digital marketers, you probably need to work these strange hours. So if you sensitize them to it before they join and through their thing, I think you should be okay.
Yeah. No, I think you raise a very valid point, Siddharth. It is about how you communicate. And one of, I mean, when people tell me, Vaijayanti, nothing beyond Friday, rest assured, I'm very polite to them in all my conversations. But yeah, but this is just to recognize that as managers, right? What was my outlook to life and work is very different with the generation. So is there a need, therefore, to perhaps retool and reskill our managers and leaders, because your audience, which is your employees, think differently. They are looking for faster growth, they're looking for visibility. So Vijay, what's your take on this? That do we need to spend time investing in people, people managers, and do we need to get them to retool their own mindsets and therefore help them to adapt to this change? Because lamenting, I think, is not going to get us anywhere.
Right. So before I answer that question, and since we spoke about human psychology a lot and a couple of references to books, and one of the interesting book that I have read is Man's Search for Meaning. It's a book written by Viktor Frankl. Something reference to Holocaust and how people can survive Holocaust, then people can survive any kind of hopeless situation, right? So it's an interesting book. I would recommend that people from HR fraternity must read it because it relates to psychology. So one of the things that I see in this generation is that, and we can blame it on managers or we can blame it on leaders, is that we're not spending enough money, enough resources and enough time in helping them understand that there is life beyond several materialistic things. And how do we handle challenging situation? Just for an example, if I have a tough discussion with one of my reportee who might have just come from a college, I can guarantee you by evening that person will resign. And they're not willing for a discussion. Because we all know they actually live from paycheck to paycheck. Most of the things are rentals, from home to car to anything is a rental today. And they don't believe in ownership. So the fundamental aspect of ownership comes with a lot of responsibility. Rentals need not, because you are living from paycheck to paycheck. So for instance, how we have brought up, and not necessarily that's the way it should be, there has to be a flexibility in everything, but certain fundamental truth, and this is one point which I want to drive point home, is that I go to fitness to a trainer, and in a given day, if I'm not able to do a certain exercise as well, the basic question that trainer asks me is, did you eat well? Did you sleep well? Has there been any issue at home? Are you under stress? ABC, he has certain set of questions, nothing related to whether I'm able to take 10 kg more or a 15 kg more. It's nothing to do with my technique. It's more related to fundamental things like, have you slept well? Have you had enough water? Have you had enough minerals? Have you had enough vitamins and all that, right? Coming back to the corporate scenario, and this learning, I'm sure everybody has, corporate scenario, if there is any issue with anybody's performance, what is that we ask? it's an attitude issue. You don't want to do the job. You are actually moonlighting. You have other things, you have other interests. Believe me, isn't the same thing that we are conveying to the generation. So as finance has got a critical role to play in terms of numbers, as marketing has a critical role to play in marketing, I think often HR forgets the fundamental fact that we are human resources or people resource manager. And we often forget that fundamental thing.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think when you say that your trainer actually asks you about did you sleep well and did you eat well? It's really about, lending support rather than just measuring somebody on outcomes. So, I think there is a bit of controversy here, Animesh, because.
And Vaichande,
yeah,
I agree that I'm paying him and he's ensuring that I perform well and he's accountable that I perform well. But he is not asking me that, why are you not lifting more? Sorry.
No, yeah. No, I get that. And, Siddharth also touched upon that, right? So it's not like people can't take extra pressure, because one of the difference, at least I have heard, is if you tell this generation something, tell them suddenly, they just start, crumbling. And one of the things that I have heard is that, maybe it has become a little bit of a touch me not generation, because, they come from families that are, that are reasonably well placed, and therefore there are always options available. So it's also, some of these changes, I guess, also driven by the choices, that people have and that they can make. So let me just, maybe and pose this to Animesh, because he's from the fraternity. And, one of the things we all talk about, when it comes to social media is my attention deficit syndrome ho raha hai. None of us, everyone's feeling distracted. You can only concentrate on one thing for a very short period of time. And, somebody was telling me a story which their financial planner told them that you're probably the last generation that's going to be, patient and waiting, because real wealth gets accumulated when you wait for a time, right? Even in the markets, you have to be in it for the long haul. So I'm just taking this example and juxtaposing it on career planning. Historically, at least as HR people, we've always held this view that, we are building it for the long haul. It's, you have to run a marathon. This is not a sprint. And that's how we architect ourselves internally. But if this attention deficit syndrome is spilling over to careers too, I mean, people look at shorter stints, or they want growth, fast growth, new experiences. Do we as HR people, and Siddharth, you may want to come in after, I hear from Animesh, is that do we want to break our own fear? Because we've got trapped into this medium to long-term thinking. Maybe, and I'm just challenging, maybe this is, if it's a short-term phenomenon, accept it, embrace it, and move on. What do you think about that, Animesh?
I think HR people are wrong if we continue to operate in a framework where we want people to wait for 5 years and 10 years and do long term. It's not that they were wrong earlier, but what we need to be very, very focused on is that the context has changed. Business cycles are smaller. Disruption happens once every 10 years instead of once every 30 years or 50 years earlier. People have the ability to shift careers dramatically. So you could be doing something today, completely another thing tomorrow. And I, for one, believe that, and to pick up from what Vijay said, to quote Viktor Frankl, the pursuit of happiness is the fundamental right of every human being. So why would we want to straitjacket and bucket people into a one-size-fits-all approach from of how you should, or anyone should, construct their career? I think there is in my experience, and we recently launched International League T20 match format, which was held in Dubai with global cricketers. And I've seen the youngest kids work 48 hours and at a stretch when required, and at the back-end technology, getting some of this done and delivered can be against fairly tight timelines and stuff. I don't think we've struggled with this demarcation of age. I think where the shift has happened is an earlier generation was much more willing to take orders.
Yeah.
The new generation needs to be explained why. And as long as you do that, again, since Vijay brought Viktor Frankl in, and it's an author I love, he has this very famous line: if you give a man why, he can survive anyhow.
Yep.
And I think that's the essence, that you need to create a context for people. You need to create a rationale for why they need to do what they do. And Siddharth was touching upon the same thing. Some of this is exaggerated in my view, Vajanti, but let me hand it back to you.
Yeah.
Just before that, the why part is essentially the hope.
Yeah. Absolutely. And before we delve into compensation and its, and how the mindset is around that, but before we do that, Siddharth, what's your take? I mean, should we, and because you have a business to run, right? And HR people can come in with their own paradigms, and sometimes it can become a bit of a moral issue, right? I mean, I'm when HR people say, okay, I'm asking you to do this because it's good for the culture, and the business person sometimes says, but I have to survive the short term for you to have a culture in the first place. So how do you see this issue about careers? Because you have a young workforce that you deal with, and your clients are also wanting you to help them get the GPTW award and stuff like that. What's your take? I'd love to hear from you.
I don't really have an answer, but I think, frankly, we sometimes have to bite the bullet with both the employees and the clients as well, that, we apprise clients very upfront, hey, there is going to be a large amount of attrition. Can we plan our work so that even if an important employee attrites, it doesn't impact them? Meaning becoming more process driven, becoming more technology driven, less people driven. That's maybe a slightly inhumane way of looking at it, that you're not necessarily as people driven. I know there used to be, and I can see the change in my own behavior. Early in the day, when we started, there were a few employees who smart, but didn't necessarily have the right skills. With a little bit of pushing, training, mentoring from me, became much better. Today, I don't have the patience to do it. And I'm seeing that reflected downstream as well. That in general, a lot of people don't have the patience. Same thing with communication, breaking the communication down, sensitizing people, doing those types of things. So I think some of it is just us maybe gearing ourselves to, some of these changes, spending a little more time mentoring, spending a little more time training. Also, some of the time, I'll give you a slightly stupid example that, you have an employee leaving and you'll just tell them, hey, I'm going to move you to a role which will build your CV so that you can get an even bigger jump a year down the line. So you're just pushing the attrition a year down the line. You're not really stopping this thing. But as a business owner, sometimes you're just thinking in terms of, what do I do so the next 3 months, 6 months, or a quarter is okay? Yeah. So I think, as Anmesh said, I think we are less patient. We aren't necessarily biting the bullet with some of these things.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point. I think, it is the timelines, right? Your time horizon and employee time horizon sometimes don't match. And that's really the struggle as to how do you kind of bring that closer to each other. But maybe there is another solution. And because we're discussing, this thought is coming to me, and I'm just tabling it for you all to take a view on that. So today, all of us actually deal with a particular type of employee, right? And, and so is it also because we wear a lens of talent myopia? We are going to the same campuses, we are targeting the same colleges, we are looking at the same lateral hiring. If I'm Paytm, I'm recruiting from PhonePe. If I'm Axis Bank, I'm recruiting from other peer banks. If I'm Hindustan Levers, probably I'm recruiting from PNG, and so on and so forth. Can we, how do you move that lens to talent abundance? Because that also takes care of creating more diverse and therefore more inclusive cultures. So is that a possible thing to do. Expand your talent, your talent lens and move to different talent pools so that you create, some kind of sustainability. Because Animesh, you spoke about that, so that you said that not in so many words, but does it make a case for maybe altering our talent pools themselves? Yes, Siddharth.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I mean, the space we work in, there is very high attrition. We sometimes struggle to get the best talent in terms of people who are working in large agencies who would want to move to a mid-sized agency. And one of the things we've just moved to, can we set up better training programs which are focused on skilling people up quickly who come from other industries? We just check for attitude and skills at a basic level that, okay, they are analytical, or they have great attitude, they have a can-do attitude, they don't back down from stuff, they're open to challenges. And lastly, just looking at, have they been winners in other parts of their life, won a music competition, national level sailor, something else. So as long as they're achievers in some aspect of their life that they were passionate about, it's up to us to get them to become passionate about this. But putting in place training programs which upskill them very quickly, and yeah, that's what we are trying to do.
Sure. Animesh, do you want to respond to that?
So I think, and my experience, Vajanti, is again moving away from financial services into media and entertainment. So the kinds of people that we are looking for necessarily require us to be a lot more broad-based. When you're looking for a writer, there is no kind of framework for where you'll get a writer from, right? Or you're looking for somebody who's an excellent visualizer, etc. So the whole creative industry anyway forces you to become broad-based and measure people a lot more on what they bring to the table from a skill point of view, rather than basically using proxies for those capabilities. Yeah. So I think there are two things that that we are trying to do. One is sharpen the way we assess talent. And it is on attitude and most importantly, learning agility. We believe that the way what you do work on is changing at a rate that requires you to continuously grow and learn. And you must therefore have learning agility, not just be static in your understanding and capability sets that you bring to the table. But what is therefore happening is, as we sharpen our talent assessment frameworks, bringing in more technology, more assessments, more interviewing, improving the capability of interviewers, broader basing the interview conversations, etc., the less we are dependent on proxies. Because at the end of the day, which school you went to, which course you did, which company you worked on, are finally proxies for skills that you bring to the table, because assessing skills has always been incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
So that's the way we are solving it. Broad basing, I think, is a given. I mean, we are a unique country because we are talent scarce, but people abundant.
Yeah, true that.
So that would be at least that's the way we have been trying to solve this.
Sure. Yes, thanks for that, Animesh. That brings me to one other thing, because we're talking about mindsets and, it's your attitude even towards relationships. So, when the COVID struck, I mean, folks like us who had networks and had created relationships, we had a different experience. But how do you think that, is this new age employees' ability to create social capital for themselves? What's your take? Is it going down? Or, or are they even interested in doing that? Or is there a newer way or different way in the way that they strike relationships and deepen relationships? Yeah. So that I just wanted to hear, Vijay, because you speak about bringing the humane into HR, but I'm asking you a counter question, is that your employee base, there's so much on social media, but are they able to generate social capital for themselves? Because today a lot of work is teamwork. There are very few individual heroism related work that anybody does today. So is there a capability there which we may need to focus on as organizations to help people build from a mindset perspective with your employees?
Right. So I'm myself not very sure about this. I want to make this candid observation. At one side, from the school of thought that we all come from, and it has been ingrained in our system, right, that we have to go to office, we have to sit and have tea, we have to have coffee, we need to have that chit chat, corridor discussion, gossips, all these things to help productivity. I think that's the school we all have come from. Even to a large extent, we say that to have creativity and innovation, people should be working together. But the last 2 years has essentially taught us that all those things can happen even virtually. Right.
Yeah.
So the question is, we as managers, we are comfortable doing things one way. So-called managers who are either bald or who are having gray hairs and things like that, right? So, and therefore, we essentially don't know how to manage people who are claiming for or who are wanting a different way of functioning.
Okay.
Right. Number 1 point. Number 2 point is, because of that, we would like to claim and we want to ensure that our job is protected, to be honest, and then try to enforce our views and thoughts to mismanage situation. If we were to allow real, I think one of the gentlemen who spoke about, if we are really worried about only outcome, and there are many organizations who actually can thrive regardless of where they work. Second point that you mentioned about the social capital, right? Or the aspect of being connected. I mean, if that is what is important.
Yeah, that's what,
I have a teenage daughter and it's interesting, right? And many of you have gone through the same stages. She says, if you want to talk to me, message me. And she's still living along with us. Next year, she's going to college, perhaps. And then I don't know what is going to happen. But even now, our communication to her is through messages.
Okay.
She's not meeting her friends and she's not meeting people every day, but she's very well connected to people around the world. And they have a different definition of being connected. Now, what is the fallout of all this psychologically? It's anybody's guess. I don't want to comment on it, but I think people here are much more enlightened on what can happen. But I guess there has to be a balance. I think that's the wisdom. Too much of anything is an issue. Human beings essentially want to work, want to feel, want to touch, want to smell. And I think that can never be taken away, right?
Yeah.
I don't know whether I answered your question, but
no, that's fine. No, exactly. I mean, everybody who has teenage children, know that how communication happens, and because we've always held this belief internally, right, that without social capital, work doesn't necessarily happen, and that is what I was trying to get at. Is the new age employee not willing to pay the collaboration tax?
Yeah.
So, Animesh, you wanted, I was actually hoping to ask Siddharth also this question, but I think he's dropped out. But so, Animesh, do you think that the new age employee is not really happy paying the collaboration tax?
You're on mute, I guess.
You're on mute. Animesh,
I think we need to look at it from two lenses, Vajanti. The first is there is some kind of work which is, and I would loosely use the term transactional delivery, which can be done without a huge amount of relationship capital. All organizations, not just now, but historically, have used consultants. Whether it's for strategy, whether it's for various things, we've used consultants. We've used consultants for hiring, etc. All of these are key part of the entire value chain that is critical to delivering organizational value. So transactional delivery is really quite possible to do without building a deep connection and relationship. But there are other kinds of things, and in our context, creative, anything that requires you to find solutions sometimes to difficult problems or to hard to abate problems. Those require, I think, both from an ideation perspective and from a, so let me step back. They require you to ideate and come up with brand new ideas and completely new ways of doing things, which have not been done earlier. Otherwise, the problem wouldn't be there, or you will never come up with a new creative idea. To do that, you must have a safe space in which you can share without fear of favor. Whatever is the crazy idea that comes into your head at that point in time, you must be able to share that without fear of favor. And to share something without fear of favor, you need a safe space. And safe spaces cannot be mandated. They're built on the back of relationships and networks.
Yeah.
For that, I think it is important to invest in the relational capital that we build with the people that we work with. So we've again tried to adjust it in a way that, and even as we speak, given that we are going through a merger with Sony, the question for organizations to ask is, I think it's important for people to have relational capital, but must they commute 1.5 hours to build relational capital? We know that, for example, in a city like Mumbai, a large portion of our workforces live in the northern parts of the city.
Yeah.
So why can't we build hub offices that become spaces where people can gather twice a week or once a week or whatever is the frequency of your job requirement to spend time ideating, problem solving, and building that relational capital, rather than commuting 1.5 hours to get to an office in central or South Mumbai. So when you start to unpeel the onion and from a first principle spaces, I think we find interesting ways to address the issue at hand.
Yeah.
And again, that's been our limited experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing about, and you're absolutely right. And maybe we need to devise new ways of working. I mean, hybrid has been one such thing. And I can tell you from our own personal experience at where I work, that hybrid actually, gives flexibility to those of whom we can offer that. And it works very well because it combines both, it gives you both. So I think there are different ways in which we can help employees to build relationship capital, because relationship capital does help us deliver better. So there's no denying that. I'm not sure if Siddharth is in the room, but I wanted to kind of close with one.
He's here.
He's here. One final question to him before we kind of open this for a Q&A. Is that okay, Supriya?
Yes, sure, please.
So Siddharth, if he's there, I wanted to ask him this. I can't see him, therefore I'm asking.
He's there.
Yeah, there he is. I can see him now. Yeah, so, Siddharth, this is for you. As a marketer, and this is what we see happening with all of us when we go shopping online, this whole paradigm about N equal to 1, a deeply personalized experience for me, right? Now, and we know that one of the expectations that new age employees have is, each one of them is different. They want to be recognized for the uniqueness. I think in the keynote also, this was touched upon, and it is true that they want to be given visibility. Can we really do N equal to 1 in our workspaces without, somehow disrupting our culture? Or is it a mindset that we as architects and designers of culture really need to alter? What would you say to that? You're on mute. No,
What
yeah.
we see with the younger audience in our office is that, different policies or different strokes for different folks doesn't seem to work. People cotton onto it very quickly. There are still some employees we hired during, the lockdown who are working remotely, but the rest of us are back to work. And, we constantly get complaints. Why are they still thing? But maybe those were commitments we made in the past, which we need to honor. But I think, I don't have an answer for you, but I can say this, that younger people seem like they are more porous in terms of information. They are more, just open about it, saying, oh, I got this permission. You haven't got it. I'm allowed to work from home. My boss approved it and didn't yours. I mean, so I think from our perspective, having the same set of rules for everybody currently just simplifies our life. We are at a, I think, but candidly, it'll depend on organization size. For very large organizations which are scattered across lots of different locations, it probably makes sense to have, a set of nuanced rules. But for an organization which is about our size, 250 people, I think it makes a lot more sense to standardize and not make it too complex.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, very interesting you say that, right? Because, I think one of the roles of management or leadership, or, although HR is sometimes made custodian of culture, so to speak, whilst you can individualize and you can customize experience, but, if we overplay that hand, maybe we run the risk of playing around with our culture, and culture is a competitive advantage. So I think
Vaishnavi, can I just add one thing here,
please
if
go
I
ahead.
don't mind?
Yeah, of course.
So, we all are familiar with this under-19 school cricket team and all that, right? Have you ever found a captain, a senior captain for an under-19 cricket team? So the captain for an under-19 would always be of that age group, right? Somewhere I believe that, many of us who have crossed that age, we have, crossed that curve, probably don't relate to them. A much younger leader probably will do a much better justice in managing things. Just a thought.
Sure. Well, thanks for that. I think this has been a very interesting topic, and I didn't mean to put any one of you in spot, because some of you said, I hope I've answered your question. The question is actually rhetorical. It's just to get your perspective on some of these things, because none of us actually have all the answers. And the whole idea of this conversation was to build new perspectives. So Supriya, maybe we can get into a Q&A now, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sure. It was an interesting discussion. Even I could relate to a lot of things, a lot of points that were discussed. But as you said, it's not a question in itself. It's just a point of discussion and with different viewpoints. And as all the panelists have also pointed out time and again, that it depends on the industry, it depends on the nature of the business, it depends on the size of the organization. And accordingly, one has to understand and move forward with time. And I think with that, I can confidently say that it was a very interesting discussion. I thank all the panelists and to you also, Vaishnavi. And what I'll do is now I'll start taking the questions. I've been watching this chat space. Some of them Siddharth has been answering on the fly. So I think I'll just directly start with, there's a question for you directly, Animesh, by Mr. Ravi. That Mr. Ravi, would you like to ask the question yourself?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Animesh, the current scheme of things, when you have millennials and young folks coming in, and generally as old folks we say young folks, right? Otherwise generally there's no point saying young folks, we are folks, right? So when they talk as their culture is bro to each other, we don't say bro to each other, we feel a little neglected because we are old enough. So are we saying that the social ecosystem that has lopsided from our space, which was my space, was means when my boss leaves, then I leave. He leaves at 11 o'clock, I leave at 11:30. right? And that's the thought process that we've been told to ignite from the MBA classes that we had, 1942 BC culture that we adopted to. So that mice space when millennials go at 5:30, that mice has it controlled into from our space to my space now completely in organizations across.
So Ravi, I think, thank you. I think that's an incredibly insightful comment on what I was speaking about earlier. And without generalizing, I think there are individual situations for everyone. But when you step back and look at when we entered organizational spaces, we shifted the narrative from what it was for the earlier generation.
Right.
And that process of evolution will always be an integral part of society and community. I don't think you can hold society and communities in stasis. And therefore, every generation brings its own quite unique twist to everything that we do. And it's not restricted to what happens in corporations. It's quite endemic and ubiquitous across society itself. So yes, the answer to the question that you have specifically, yes, we are definitely moving from a more community-based ecosystem or community-first ecosystem to a much more individualized ecosystem. And that shift is quite obvious and quite dramatic, I would say. It's evident in workspaces, but I think it's happening across society. I mean, we're moving from a certain family framework to nuclear families. There's just a lot more individualized focus. We are creating institutions that deliver to the universe of one, and universe of one is now the new and succeeding and delivering to a universe of one at that level of personalization is the new holy grail for business success. So it's a trend that's which time has come, and evident in organizations too, I would say.
Yeah, correct. I mean, yesterday in the park, I saw this live example where a 19-year-old was talking bro to his dad, and he talking Papa Ji to his father talking Papa Ji to his father. So that the grail is completely locked down into two shells where people have become friends, and that gap still remains in that structure. Thank you, Animesh. I think it was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. There's another question from BMA Executive Committee member, Mr. Jagmohan Rishi. So would you like to ask your question, Jagmohan, about the hybrid working?
Thank you, Supriya. Great discussion. I have a question, how has hybrid working impacted the new mindset of the new age employee? Because as Vajanti was talking about, that new employees are coming from little comfort zone. So, they are already getting accustomed to studying from home, and then joining in a full-time workplace, that can be challenging for them. And let me just cut it over here. That how do you think hybrid working is impacting the new mindset of the employees, particularly new employees, sir?
To attempt to respond, we are seeing, if you're able to hire slightly mature employees who are, driven by a set of KRAs and things they need to get done rather than the time, if there are roles like that, then, I think it definitely makes sense, because we are able to get a lot of people who, like, for example, just women who've gone out of their, careers, other people, just a person who is currently on a wheelchair, so a lot of these types of people who are slightly, for whatever reasons, not in this mindset of getting back to office, we find that getting great talent is, you can do this, just that it disrupts our organization a little bit, because we make different policies for these people, whereas we prefer generally people coming back to work. So, I mean, yeah, I think having a differentiated set of policies, if your organization is large enough and doing this, I mean, work hard seems to be large enough. So I think it definitely makes sense having some sort of a hybrid model in place and having a set of clearly demarcated do's, don'ts around it.
Yeah. So Jagmohan, if I can also add in, right? So our own experience on hybrid is that, and like Siddharth said, for certain talent pools, this is actually a big plus. You're able to attract, like, I know that when we hire women, right? This is one cohort that really gets attracted to this aspect of what you offer. I think what you got to be very careful about when people are in a hybrid model is to intentionally increase their connectedness to the team and to the work, because this collaboration does become a challenge. And whatever we may say, different people, even amongst the new age employee, not all new age employees have the same attitude. Some are more conscientious, some are less conscientious, and you will have to therefore also look at productivity. I mean, nobody likes being policed, but there will be some element of checking in that you will have to do periodically, so that cadence, if you are able to set it in, and actually settles down quite well. That's been my own experience. I have a team that works also hybrid. I myself work hybrid.
I had a quick comment on this, if it's okay. And also then a question. Comment is that you lose one member's interest from the leadership team when you're talking about hybrid, and that's the CFO. Because and this entire phenomena of work from home started, it was supported by promises of big costs being saved, premises being given up, WeWorks, sitting with hot seats and stuff, which hybrid doesn't allow. But there are advantages and disadvantages. But my question to the panelists is about comparison. I'm a little confused about it, and I think I'm entitled to be confused, since Mr. Raghavan made this comment that guys of our age don't understand younger people. I fully endorse that. I don't understand. As Indians as a society have a tendency to compare children, have a tendency to compare their own children. Children compare themselves with their classmates because there's the favorite conversation, at least some years back in the drawing room, was look at your cousin, look at your aunt, look at your brother. He's got into IIT or something like that. Comparisons are very common. So in the new age mindset, is this comparison thing still going on? If it's not, how do you explain this intense kind of competition between people, especially when they get into competitive exams, and now the exam regime seems to only increase with QSET and so on? How does one explain this? Or are